Ah, come in.
Did you call for me, Chief Wayne?
Ah, good morning, Naomi. It seems the FBI needs your expertise. I'd like you to head over to the scene immediately.
I'm a medical examiner, not a police officer.
Don't be like that. I can't just turn the government down.
Fine. Well then.
Oh, and Naomi, one more thing. Here's our liaison from the FBI. You should meet him.
You?
Special Investigator Naval. Pleasure to meet you, Doctor.
Yes. Nice to meet you, too. What are you doing? You, an FBI agent? This must be a joke.
Please keep your voice down. It's been a while, hasn't it? I didn't have the luxury of witness protection, like you.
Just shut up. I'm only here because it's my job. I have nothing to do with you faking your way into the FBI. And don't you ever talk about my past again.
Whatever you say, ma'am.
Good.
Whoa, where are you going?
To the crime scene. Send the address to my GPS.
Oh, I'll have them bring the car around.
You are waiting here. Tell your people on site I'm coming.
But,
Nice tie there, little guy. Be a good boy and stay.
Doctor! Oh, no.
We've received word about you. Miss Kimishima, is it?
Good. This will make things easier. Where's the victim?
He's over here. This way, please.
Victim is Dennis Taylor, 30-year-old male. Never called in the fire. The fireman found him. The knife in his hand matched the cut wounds. Probably suicide.
What's this?
Oh, that's where the fire started, likely before the suicide. Miss Kimishima?
Are you feeling all right?
This was murder. Send the corpse to CIFM immediately. I'll examine it. I want all finger and footprints found in that room. If you find anything, contact me directly. I'll be at the lab.
What was that about?
Well, she does work at the forensic medicine laboratory. Supposedly, she solved a lot of cases for the FBI.
The FBI?
That's right. That means we need to keep out of this. Come on, hurry down to the car for the fingerprint powder.
Oh, right away.
Let's begin. This is Dr. Naomi Kimishima, ID 422194. Hey, little guy. Tell me what we know so far about this.
Oh, right. The victim's 30-year-old Dennis Taylor. At 3:30 p.m., someone in the same building reported a fire. The firefighters found the body in bed 20 minutes later. He had a knife in one hand and a deep wound on his wrist. The door was closed and chained. It's being ruled suicide.
Nonsense. Is that your personal opinion or your FBI training?
What? Isn't that the most reasonable fitting explanation?
I thought people learned when they grew older.
Doctor, what do you mean by that?
Let's begin. Show me how this life's flame was snuffed out. There's... Indeed. We can't say what's wrong with it for sure until it's sent in for analysis, though. Yes, there appear to be spots of hemorrhaging in the eyeballs. This isn't a common condition. Perhaps I should ask Little Guy about it. Is this a bruise? It's oddly shaped, though. This wound on the wrist is believed to be the cause of death. Even though this looks like a self-inflicted wound made with a sharp knife, there's something unnatural about it. This wound, even though there's some... What could I do with that? That's right. There's only the one wound on the wrist. A single slash, deep enough to reach the artery. No matter who it is, pain is an immediate response to a cut. No one should be able to make a single cut this clean and deep without flinching. I can't say this is proof of homicide, but I can't ignore this incongruity.
Dr. Kimishima, the results of the examination of the knife have come in. Let's see, the knife itself is a cheap common brand sold all over the country. It'll be difficult to locate where the knife came from. The blood left on the blade matches the deceased's. Only his fingerprints were found on the handle as well.
I see. At least one thing is clear now. That is... Yes, this knife is believed to have been used to slit the victim's wrist. Even then, we can't prove that unless we compare it to the wound. The shape of the knife blade corresponds with the wound found on the wrist. This means that... Indeed. This appears to be an open and shut case. Then again, this all seems a little too convenient for me.
There's no mistake. This finger is fractured. Can you send me the details? Get an x-ray performed as soon as possible. Oh, and I have one more piece of good news, Dr. Kimishima. I've received a recording from HQ, a witness's account.
Great, that will be useful. Who's the witness?
It's the deceased's neighbor. We've asked her some questions about the day of the incident.
Perfect timing. Maybe we'll be able to use her account to determine when the fire started.
I'll send the data over to you. Please check it using the recorder in your room.
Yes, that's right. Oh, it's been so hot lately. I've been keeping the window that faces out into the street open because of the heat. That's how I could hear my neighbor so clearly. It was, let me think, around 3 in the afternoon. It was, let me think, around 3 in the afternoon. Yes, it must have been. I was watching Farewell Danny at the time. I heard this loud noise from my neighbor's room, and then the fire alarm started going off a little after that. I was really surprised. I think it was I think it was about 10 minutes. I looked out the window and saw smoke coming from next door. I ran over to my neighbor's door, but nobody answered when I pounded on it. Door, but nobody answered when I pounded on it. But I had to see if there was anyone in there, so I pulled on the door. It was chained from the inside, and no one answered me when I yelled. Yes, the fire truck came soon after that. A firefighter cut the chain on the door and went inside. My neighbor? No, it seems he lived alone. But I remember an electrician came at around noon. Yes. Yes, I heard him talking outside the front door, so I don't think I could be mistaken. Yes, Yes.
A loud noise followed by the fire. That may be a clue. The way she described it, the sound doesn't seem to have been something exploding. Could the noise have been made by someone in the room?
Hemorrhaging in the eyes, you say? It's a condition called petechia, caused by increased blood pressure and spasms in the blood vessels. It's commonly found as a sign of death by asphyxiation.
Wait a second, that doesn't seem right. If I recall correctly, the victim... The cause of death was thought to be hemorrhaging from a slashed wrist. If the cause of death is asphyxiation, it's possible that we are dealing with a homicide. The room was sealed, and the neighbor heard the sounds at around 3 p.m. The fire occurred not long after that. What we can deduce from that is... That's right. At least, that's all we can determine using our current information. The deceased was alone at the time, so there's a good chance he made the noise. Still, we need more information to see if there was anyone else in the room when it happened.
Yes, that's right. And then I ran over to my neighbor's door, but I had... It was... Yes, Yes, a firefighter. My neighbor?
So that was much earlier than when the fire supposedly started, but we should investigate it. Ah, little guy. Perfect timing. It seems an electrician entered the deceased's room around noon on the day of the incident. If he's talked to your people, can you ask them for the recordings of the interview?
All right, I'll contact them immediately.
Please do. How's the analysis going?
Well, regarding the fracture on the corpse's finger, the right index finger was fractured by an external force. It's rather odd. There are no signs of healing in the fractured area.
No traces of healing. That would mean... That's right. Reactions to injury, like minute healing and hypodermic hemorrhaging, are vital reactions. They only occur while the body is still alive. Thus, if there were no vital reactions to this broken bone, the fracture happened, it must have occurred after the person was already dead.
That would have to be the case. Oh, and to be clear, there's no way that the body was damaged during transport. We take the utmost precautions when moving bodies.
Huh. I hadn't considered that until you brought it up. Still, I'll take your word for it. If his index finger was broken, using the hand would have caused a great deal of pain. With that in mind, he shouldn't have been able to use his right hand all that well. There was a wound in the left wrist and a fractured finger on the right hand. This seems odd because... Yes, the deceased would have had to hold the knife in his injured hand to cut his left wrist. Then he would have had to cut deep enough to sever the artery, putting pressure on his broken finger. Even if he was right-handed, this situation just doesn't add up. Got the small talk. What do you want?
So cold. HQ's questioned the electrician that the neighbor mentioned. I've said it seems HQ already knew who he was, so...
Now we'll find out why that electrician went to the
Yes? Yes, that's right. A murder? Yes, that's fine. He said his ear was broken and it needed to be fixed. That was around noon, I think? I got the call earlier that day. Yes. He said he needed it fixed that day, so I went straight there when I finished the job I was doing. Yeah, it was really quick. All I had to do was swap out a cable. Right. I think I was only there for about an hour. Yes, I fixed his heater. The customer? Well, the way he looked, I wouldn't be surprised if he committed suicide. Around 3 p.m.? No, I wouldn't have a clue. I was already fixing a washing machine at my next appointment's house at that time. Yes? He said... That was... He said his ear...
He fixed the air. We should focus on that. There's nothing odd about having a repairman come to work on the ventilation system. But, at the very least, Dennis was still alive when the electrician came. We need to learn about the deceased's condition at that time. It wouldn't be surprising if the deceased committed suicide. Sounds like an important detail. Does that mean the deceased had a motive for killing himself? Yes, these pieces of information do go together. On the day of the incident, the electrician went to the deceased's room at noon. Both the deceased's neighbor and the electrician himself agree on this.
That was... a murder? Right. Yes, I fixed his heat. Yeah. The customer? Right. I think I would... Yes. Around 3 p.m.? I was already The customer? Yes.
Yes, that... I've been that's it. Yeah, and then but I had... It was... Yes, a firefighter. Oh, a fire... My name... Yeah.
Indeed, both of these facts relate to the deceased. The last time the deceased was seen alive was... That's right. At that time, he seemed... Yes, this comes from the last time we believed the deceased... Indeed. The neighbor reports hearing a sound from the room at that time. Within an hour after that, a fire started in his room. The deceased was later discovered dead. That's all we know at this point. Hey, little guy. I want to go through the information that we've gathered so far.
All right, let's piece it all together step by step.
Let's do that.
The deceased, Dennis Taylor, was found dead in his apartment. Let's see. His body was discovered because...
Yes, but by the time firefighters arrived on the scene, the fire had already gone out. His corpse was found on the bed.
That's right. The FBI and police initially ruled this case as a suicide. The reason for that was... That's correct. The other reason was...
Indeed, the slashed wrist and the chained door point towards suicide. It would seem he was so desperate for death that he would both slit his wrist and set his room on fire. That isn't a surprising conclusion.
The knife blade does match the shape of the wound in the wrist. The blood on the blade matches his DNA. Lastly, the deceased's fingerprints were found on the handle of the knife.
Those are all true, but there was something odd about that wound on his wrist. First, another point is... his finger was fractured. Would he have been able to use a knife with a wounded hand?
It's very unlikely, but that's not the only thing that raises doubt. If he did die of the knife wound, he would have bled to death. However, investigating the corpse points to a different cause of death. That is...
That's right, the petechia on the eyes, and the strange bruise on his abdomen. There's more than enough evidence to doubt that this was a suicide.
But according to the electrician's statement, the victim seemed like he might be in a state to commit suicide.
Indeed, there are too many uncertainties to be able to draw a conclusion at this point. I'm going to have to investigate the scene for myself. Little guy, get me approval to enter the area.
Oh, understood. You shouldn't have a problem, Dr. Kimishima. I'm sure my bosses will approve you right away.
Yes, but I don't intend to waste any time. I'm going there right now. You deal with the rest on your end. This is where the deceased's corpse was. If this bloodstain is his blood, then... This is where the deceased's corpse was. Yes, the injury was on his left wrist. From the position of the bloodstain, it would appear he was lying face up on the bed. There was only the one bloodstain, so he didn't move around much after his wrist was slit. If this truly is a suicide, that would mean that he bled to death here. However, the amount of hemorrhaging here seems to be too small for a man to completely bleed out. It's the ceiling fan. There's a speed selector and a timer. One of the blades seems to be broken, though. The electrician had supposedly come to fix the air. I need to review his testimony to confirm what he actually fixed. Now that I look closely, the burns are most severe right here. What was burning here? If I send this for analysis, I might find out what was on fire on the table. Who's this in the picture? The deceased's friend? I see. I was so caught up in the case that I didn't check the man's background. Hello, little guy. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I hear you. Did you need something, Dr. Kimishima?
Yes. Can you do me a favor and look into the deceased's friends? I'm going to send you a picture right now. Try getting a hold on whoever that is.
All right. Is there anything in particular you'd like us to find out?
Let's see. First, about the deceased himself. It'd be great to find out more about the day of the incident.
All right. I'll make preparations to have them question. I'll send you the recordings of their answers, so please check the recorder.
Good. I'm glad you can get on this so quickly. I'll be counting on you.
You want to talk about Dennis? You're better off asking his girlfriend. Her name's, Stella. Yeah, she's at the club down on Roulette Street. Yeah, she can probably tell you more about Dennis than I can. That guy, huh? No, nothing. He's a friend of mine, you know? I don't hate him. We've been drinking together the night before he died, after all. He did seem pretty flush recently, if you know what I mean. He called me up out of the blue and, said he'd pick up the tab that night. That wasn't really important. It was just how he normally brags. He was all proud of this red Portland Jacks t-shirt he was wearing, too. That wasn't really important. He called me... He was all proud of it.
A Portland Jacks t-shirt. If he was telling the truth, the victim was wearing that shirt on the day of the incident. In any case, after hearing this testimony, it seems hard to believe that the deceased would have committed suicide. That reminds me, the man... I wonder if this is worth asking.
Yes, did you call Dr. Kimishima?
I need you to look into somebody for me. A woman named Stella Abbott.
Oh, the deceased's girlfriend? Well, technically his ex...
That doesn't matter. Can you find her?
We already have. HQ's just finished questioning her. Oh, should I send you the recording?
Please. Now, if you don't mind. I feel like I'm getting closer to understanding who Dennis Taylor really is.
He called me... He was all proud of this red Portland Jacks t-shirt he was wearing, too. The red ones are a limited edition or something. They're pretty rare. Didn't you know that? Lame. His job, huh? Yeah, he worked at this crappy little bar in some back alley. Then again, you probably can't really call it a bar, either. How did he make his cash? Who knows, man? I don't. Hey, that's why I said you should be talking to his girlfriend. Hey, you guys seriously think that he offed himself? It's just stupid. And he was one sharp SOB, always looking out for himself. I mean, he always thought that if you had no money, then you should get out and steal some. You really think someone like that would just kill himself? Well, it's got nothing to do with me, anyway.
That reminds me. Someone mentioned the clothing that the deceased was wearing on the day of the incident. That's odd. There's nothing that stands out about the clothing. Somebody said something about what the deceased had been wearing that day. Something about this shirt is bothering me. That's right. The deceased was apparently wearing a red t-shirt on the day of the incident. Did he change after he got home? Or was there some reason for changing his shirt?
Dr. Kimishima.
From the deceased's girlfriend?
You should be able to listen to it using the recorder.
Right. First, I want to know about the deceased.
It did seem fairly well...
Indeed. I'll be listening for that.
Seriously? What do you guys want? I've got work to do, so let's get this over with. Huh? Dennis? You mean Dennis Taylor? Wow, that name brings back bad memories. We broke up years ago. Yeah, at first I thought he was an interesting guy, pretty cool and all. But he never had a job, and he just kind of wandered through life. Oh, but he always had money. I'm sure he didn't come by it honestly. Ugh, are you really this slow? Don't you get it? Drugs. He was a drug dealer. He worked for this big fish called Theodore. I guess Dennis got totally used by him, the dumbass. And that was it. I broke up with him. I mean, dealing drugs? That's way too dangerous for me. Who knows? I assume he's still out there dealing. I mean, I can't do anything to stop him. Huh? He died? When? Oh, but he...
Good heavens. The deceased's been holding on to quite a secret. I'm going to have to change the way I approach this case. Let's go through the information we have, now that we know the deceased's true identity. Unbelievable. The deceased had this hidden dark side to him.
This is looking more and more like a case worth investigating. If Dennis Taylor was a drug dealer, then there could be a variety of reasons to kill him.
Still, I can't let my prejudices cloud the truth. I need to remain objective. However, it seems that we're going to have to change our views regarding this case.
Right. I'll prepare the CSI's ALS.
ALS, the advanced light source that can adjust the wavelength being emitted?
That's right. An object's visibility depends on the light being reflected from that object. The ALS lets you select a particular wavelength to focus only on what you want to see.
Or hide what you don't want to see.
Huh? Oh, no.
I'll try using it. Thanks, little guy. There's white powder scattered on the floor. It looks like there are footprints in it. I can guess at what this powder is, but I should send it in for analysis just in case. This powder on the floor seems to trail behind the shelf. Bingo. There's more of that powder inside this hole in the wall. What an obvious place for a hiding spot. Mr. Taylor wasn't all that clever.
Kimishima, about that white powder that was spread on the floor. There were traces of drugs found within it. A number of different sets of footprints were identified in that powder as well. They all belong to the firefighters, police, and you, of course.
I see. That means... Exactly. That would be the case. The room belonged to the deceased. If the drugs had been spread on the floor before the incident, his footprints should be there as well. But the only footprints in the room were from people who had entered after the fire. This would mean that the drugs would have to have been spread before or soon after the fire began. All right, let's go over the information we've gathered. First, the white powder. Yes, the trail of drugs led directly to the hole behind the shelf. If the same powder from the floor was inside the hole, then... That's right. But there weren't any drugs inside the hole. The layer of drugs had footprints from the firefighters, the police, and me left in them. All of the footprints had something in common. Indeed, there weren't any footprints from before the time the fire began. So from this, we can deduce that the drugs must have been scattered on the floor when... Concentrate. Yes. If I take this even further, I'd say that it would have been after Mr. Taylor stopped moving. In other words, it must have happened between his death and when the fire started. But why were there drugs on the floor? Yes, they must have spilled out when someone removed the drugs from the hole in the wall. Dennis Taylor was killed, and someone walked out with the drugs. I'm starting to get a clearer picture of what happened here, but there's no proof just yet. I need to move on to the next step. I should consult with Little Guy about this.
Dr. Kimishima, have you confirmed that it's a murder after all?
I don't know how you heard about that so quickly, Little Guy. Have you been eavesdropping on me?
Huh? What? No,
Forget it. I can see right through you.
Oh, right. I have a new tool for you. It's luminol. Do I need to explain it to you?
A chemiluminescent material based on reducing 5-nitrophthalhydrazide with sodium dithionite. It reacts to iron and hemoglobin by glowing, making it useful to find otherwise hidden bloodstains. Anything else?
No.
Good. I just spray this onto suspicious areas, then shine the ALS on it, right? I'm sure it will be useful. Thank you, Little Guy. This. There's a rope wrapped around the shaft of the ceiling fan. There's no mistake. Those are bloodstains. There's a reaction to blood on this screw that's securing the doorknob. The screw seems rather loose as well. Come to think of it, the door to this room was chained shut when the fire started. Could this be related to that in some way? So there were bloodstains here too. If these are from the deceased, we may be able to use this with something else that we know.
Oh, Dr. Kimishima, sorry for the wait. The analysis of the burnt material has come back from the laboratory. Calcium hydroxide was detected in the sample.
Calcium hydroxide? You mean slaked lime?
Yes, small amounts of quicklime were also detected. Quicklime is a substance that releases a great deal of heat when it reacts with water.
Huh, I see. So this was...
I agree, but isn't it odd? If the killer wanted to start a fire, there are far easier ways to go about it.
You're right. There must have been a reason for this. It's our job to investigate that, isn't it? This does raise some doubts. The electrician supposedly came to the victim's room to fix his air, but he didn't repair the ceiling fan? Or did the fan break after the electrician had left? In any case, I'll need to hear his account again. the heater. Yes, the deceased's neighbor mentioned that. Summer is already starting. And yet, on the day of the incident, the deceased wanted to have his heater repaired? There's something strange about this after all. I still have doubts. My main concern about this is... Yes, fans circulate air within a room. If the owner was having his air system fixed, the fan should have been considered part of it. Why then would the electrician fix only the heater and not the ceiling fan?
This? It just looks like a loose screw to me.
Think harder, little guy. How was the room when the firefighters arrived at the scene? The entrance was closed, but was it completely inaccessible? How could I do that? That's right. The chain on the door had been attached, but the door itself wasn't locked.
Sorry, but the door only opens about 15 centimeters with the chain attached. I don't even think a small child could get through a space that small.
You're so unimaginative. Flex your mind and think about it. Listen to me. What I'm trying to tell you is... I can't mess around anymore. It's time to get serious. This loose screw tells us everything. With the screw removed, the entire plate on the door can be swiveled around by the doorknob. The plate itself is about 20 centimeters long, so the gap increases to almost 35 centimeters. How big does somebody have to be that he couldn't fit through a space that size?
Oh, I see now. That's more than enough for him to get past the door. So the killer just screwed the plate back on from the outside after he left the room then.
I think that's the most likely explanation. But The killer was in plain sight once he was outside the door. He wanted to finish quickly. The killer couldn't completely tighten the screw and left the area as we found it.
Wow. That proves that this isn't quite the locked room mystery we thought it was.
Huh. Still, this doesn't help us figure out who the killer is. I need to investigate the situation in more detail.
Dr. Kimishima, we've identified the blood on the screw. It's a DNA match with the victim, Dennis Taylor. Why would his blood be there, of all places?
It's simple. What happened was, I can't make any more rash decisions. I need to think cautiously. I can't mess around anymore. It's time to get serious. That's right. It's probably because it touched the murder weapon.
Wait, why would the killer touch that screw with the murder weapon?
He would have to, if the weapon was... I can't make any more rash decisions. I need to think cautiously. Yes, a screwdriver. It was likely used to both loosen and tighten that screw.
I see. Then the screwdriver left the blood on the screw while he was covering his tracks.
Yes, these pieces of information are hiding an important fact. I didn't notice because the bleeding had stopped completely, but this isn't a bruise. It's a stab wound. This strange pattern here is likely... I can't make any more rash decisions. I need to think cautiously. I cannot make any more mistakes. Yes, that's right. It's indisputable evidence that the weapon was jammed in so deeply that the grip left a bruise. Yes. These do lead the way to a definite truth. Looking at the location of the bruise, the tip of the screwdriver must have pierced Dennis's lung. His lung would then rupture, causing pulmonary emphysema, and he would have suffocated. This explains the spots of hemorrhaging in the corpse's eyes. What actually happened that day is slowly coming to light now.
Bloodstain. One moment, please. I did some quick calculations. A stain of that size would take about 800 milliliters of blood.
The average adult male would have to lose at least 1,500 milliliters in order to bleed to death. This means that calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Well, the amount of blood loss required varies from person to person, so this isn't quite proof. It is unusual, though. Now, which of these bloodstains happened first? Calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. That's true, unless the corpse got up and walked over by itself. It's most likely that the deceased died where the first bloodstains were found, and then was carried to the bed afterwards. That would explain why there was such a small amount of blood on the bed itself. Yes, these two can tell us how the murder happened. On the day of the incident, the killer came to the victim's room and stabbed him in the torso. The murder weapon was, calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Yes, the screwdriver pierced the victim's lung, causing pulmonary emphysema. This caused respiratory problems due to lung failure. Thus, the cause of death was, calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. After this, the killer moved the victim to the bed. This is most likely because, calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Indeed. The murderer then arranged the corpse to make the death appear to be a suicide. That is what I believe took place, according to the evidence we have gathered. Yes, these two pieces can be combined into one. The rope wrapped around the ceiling fan is what caused it to break. The question now is why there was a rope around it in the first place. It's true then. This does have to do with the victim. But I wonder why. I get the feeling that there's something very wrong about this. Calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Indeed. At first glance, it doesn't seem like these refer to the same person at all. On the one hand, drug-dealing scum enjoying his life. On the other, a man with suicidal depression. Either one of these clues is false, or there's more to this shady business that I haven't found out. In either case, the truth of the matter is that he was indeed a drug dealer. The calcium hydroxide was found in the substance on the floor there. Calcium hydroxide is formed through the reaction of quicklime and water. That reaction creates something else as well. Calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Yes. Quicklime releases 65 kilojoules of energy per mole when it reacts with water. This was the method used to start the fire in this room. First, you would place a glass of water on the table. You would also put quicklime around the floor and on the table near the glass. When the table falls over, the hydration heat caused by the reaction would cause a fire. But why would the killer go through such a complicated plan to start a fire? Calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. That's right. If all he wanted was a fire, he could have just set something on fire. The killer needed to have a delay until the fire began. That's why he devised a plan that made use of two components. Calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Yes, this trick relied on the ceiling fan and a rope. The killer wrapped one end of the rope around the fan and tied the other to a table leg. When the fan activated according to its timer, the fan wound the rope up, flipping the table over and spilling the water onto the quicklime. However, there's still one basic question left to be asked. Why did the killer have to set the room on fire in the first place? Why go through this extravagant setup to make it happen? The reason for that is, calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Exactly. Due to the fact that there was nothing flammable added to the body itself. The culprit never intended for the corpse and the evidence to be destroyed in the fire. Instead, the killer wanted to cause a commotion that would draw attention to the corpse. Now then, why would that be? Calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. That's right. By delaying the start of the fire, the plan was to have enough time to create a viable alibi for when the fire began. It's easy. I mean, with this method of misdirection, the culprit could start a fire hours after having left the crime scene entirely. This is the entire truth behind this mysterious arson. This is odd. There's something missing that should be here. If the puncture wound in the abdomen is the true cause of death, calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Right. There should be blood stains and a hole where the screwdriver went through his clothing. Yes, these pieces of information can tell us something. According to Mr. Taylor's friend, on the day of the incident, Dennis had been wearing "Calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi." That's right. He was supposedly wearing a red Portland Jacks t-shirt that day. But when his body was discovered, it was wearing "Calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi." Yes. His corpse was found wearing a white shirt. In other words, his clothing had changed. And yet, if that was all we know, we couldn't rule out if the deceased had changed his shirt himself. However, if he had, there would still be a discrepancy. Calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Yes, the corpse had a wound that wasn't reflected by the state of the clothing it was wearing. There's only one answer to this puzzle, and that is, calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Indeed. Whoever had killed Mr. Taylor replaced the shirt he was wearing after killing him. The reason for doing that was, calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. Exactly. It was probably to hide the stab wound and make us believe that cut wrist was the cause of death. The killer staged the suicide in order to mislead us. I see. These two are related. There are no vital reactions to the broken finger. That means the damage occurred after death. Considering that the killer must have changed the victim's clothing after death, calm down and ascertain the truth, Naomi. That's right. The killer broke the corpse's finger while changing the shirt on the body.
Dr. Kimishima, how's the investigation going?
I've almost uncovered the deception, but the truth hasn't completely been revealed.
I see. So we can't arrest the culprit yet?
That's right. I need conclusive evidence that can help us identify the killer.
The most reliable giveaway would be if we could find a fingerprint at the crime scene. However, only the victim's fingerprints were found when HQ searched the room.
I'm not surprised, considering the lengths the killer's gone to hide his tracks. The murderer was probably wearing gloves while the crime was being committed.
Isn't there anything the killer might have touched?
Something that would require him to take his gloves off? It's hard to think of anything.
Well, the best evidence would be on a hard, slick, inorganic substance. It doesn't matter what size it is.
All we can investigate are the crime scene, the corpse, and what the corpse was wearing. Could there be anything among those items that the killer touched with a bare hand? I'll have to investigate further. Thank you, little guy. Put this shirt on the victim's corpse after the murder took place. That would mean that the killer would have had to button the shirt up as well. Buttoning up a shirt with gloves on is no easy task. If my predictions are correct,
the buttons on the victim's clothes, huh? I'll look into them right away. One moment, please.
Hopefully this will help us find the identity of our mystery murderer.
Dr. Kimishima, it was there. I found it. There's a fingerprint from someone who isn't the victim. It's, a right thumb.
Great. Run the print through the list of registered offenders immediately.
Leave it to me. Such an attention to detail has gone into this. It can't possibly be a first-time offender. There has to be a match for this fingerprint in our records.
I sincerely hope so. This case should be over soon. The dead shall speak. Let's put together the truth of what happened here. The victim in this case is 30-year-old Dennis Taylor. As there's no motive for murder, it's a suspected suicide. However, the victim had a hidden other side. This card is the one with proof of that. Yes, while he did work at the bar, he also dealt drugs. This case is related to the victim's drug activities. The proof of that is on this card. Indeed, the drugs hidden behind the shelf were missing. The killer went into Taylor's room to kill him for his drugs. The real cause of the victim's death can tell us that. I know that because of this card. Right. The wound on the wrist was not the true cause. Next, the killer disguised the murder as a suicide. This card proves the misdirection used to hide the murder. Yes. The appearance of suicide covered up the real cause. The next topic is the secret hidden in the room itself. The murderer used a trick to create a locked room mystery. It was made to seem as if the victim was the only one there. This card shows the trick that had been used. Exactly. The killer thought this would clear his trail. And yet, the culprit had one more way to hide from suspicion. That was to hide when the murder itself took place. This card shows how he went about that ruse. The murder took place 3 hours prior to the fire's start. It's natural to assume that if the room was locked, then the crime and the fire would be at the same time. The plan was perfect. No fingerprints were left in the room. However, there was one thing the killer hadn't counted on. There was one task he needed to remove his gloves to do. This card is evidence of that task. He probably couldn't button the clothes with his gloves on. No matter how small the buttons, there were still prints. Even a fragment of a fingerprint can be used to identify him. The victim must have been surprised. After all, he thought the killer was a customer. This is what he said at the very end.
Stop! No!
The final flickers of this soul's light show me the truth. Who's there?
I'm sorry. I must have surprised you.
You're that electrician. Why are you here?
Oh, I was called up because a switchboard blew. I need to have it fixed by tomorrow.
I see. That sounds difficult. Freeze. Don't move. I see corpses all day. One more won't bother me.
Naomi! Are you hurt? I'm sorry. I should have stayed.
I've solved the case. I'll give you my report tomorrow.
The report can wait. Naomi, you must think of your safety.
Nobody lives forever. Even if I died today, it'd just be earlier than I expected.
corpse is already here. Are you done?
Calm down, little guy. I said I'd leave in 10 minutes. It's only been 7.
Yes, but headquarters is telling me to hurry.
All right, I'll be right there. Goodbye.
Oh, Doctor, wait.
You shouldn't be allowed here. Do you need something?
Kitty doesn't seem well. Can you fix her, please?
A cat? Why are you asking me?
Because you're a doctor, miss.
Hand it over. Looks like she swallowed something. She'll be fine.
Really?
It's common for cats to swallow foreign objects. Still, wait here for a moment.
Okay. Thank you, miss.
Thanks, huh? Right. Sorry I'm late. Is everything ready?
Dr. Kimishima, you're really late. Huh?
What are you looking at?
Oh, what happened to your hands?
A cat did it.
A cat? I never figured you for a cat person.
Be quiet. I thought you were in a rush here. Are we ready?
Right. I'll get ready now.
I see. So you were cut short too. All right. I'll reel in the thread of truth. Explain the situation to me one more time, little guy.
Right. A skeletonized corpse was found in a river 50 kilometers out of the city. We don't know who it is, but evidence suggests it's female. A homeless man out walking his dog reported finding it. The preliminary cause of death is being ruled as a drowning.
Like you said, the body is completely skeletonized. We won't be able to ID her until we reform her skeleton.
I also have records from the questioning of the body's finder.
Huh, I'm impressed. For you, that's a brilliant move.
Please, that's not much of a compliment. I'll leave the recorder here. Check it when you need to.
Good. Let's begin. Show me how your life's thread was severed.
Dr. Kimishima, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Why are you calling for me on the intercom?
Well, it's about the corpse.
Huh. I do have the corpse here, in a bag. Is this some kind of joke?
Oh, sorry, that was the most reliable way to get it to you. The skeleton had fallen apart, so I had them transported like this.
Huh, I see. So what am I supposed to do with it?
Please work on putting it back together. I'll start with the body. So can you please start restoring the skull, Doctor?
All right, I'll take care of that.
Thank you. Let me know when you start on it. When you do, I'll come pick up the rest.
This is the necklace the victim was wearing. Is this stone agate? It's shattered in half. How much force would it take for this stone to break like this? In any case, this is unusual for a corpse that's supposedly drowned in a river. It's a bloodstain. However, it doesn't appear to have originated from a hemorrhaging injury. That's because... Yes. If this blood is from external injuries, then the clothing would be damaged as well. However, the clothes have no such marks. Could she have been hemorrhaging from some other reason? These are tire marks. So was the victim run over by a car? That doesn't make sense, though, because the victim was... That's right. The corpse was found at a river. There may be some exceptions, but you usually don't find cars driving in the river. Let's take a look. Looking at this skull, I'd place the victim's age in the early 20s. That's rather young. The bone structure suggests a high probability that the victim is female. I might find something out if I have the FBI analyze it in detail.
How's it going over there, Dr. Kimishima? I'm done with the body here.
Great timing. I just finished myself.
All right, I'll put the skull back with the rest of the skeleton.
Once that's done, let's begin investigating the corpse. The femurs of both legs have been fractured. The femur is the hardest bone in the human body. It would have taken a massive amount of power to break both of them at once. What's this? The bone's discolored? I've never seen anything like this before. I'll need a more detailed look at it. The little finger appears to be fractured here. What could have caused this bone to break?
See if they'll get me some of that Mooper's chicken, huh? Oh, this juicy fat drips out when you take a bite. Huh? Sam ain't just a dog. He's my best friend in the whole world. Don't be stupid. You want to know how I found that body? It's all thanks to Sam, you know? Yeah, see, we were walking down by the river when old Sam, he suddenly runs off. And he comes back with a bone in his mouth. I took a better look, and damn, if it ain't a lady's arm. It scared the hell out of me, you know? So I went and called the cops. Huh? I ain't going near no dead body, that's just creepy. Oh, hey, if she was missing, was there any reward for finding her? I mean, dead or alive? I mean, it's all thanks to... Huh? It's all... Yeah.
Little guy, that man who found the corpse might be telling us one hell of a lie.
What do you mean?
In his testimony, he claims that he never saw the corpse, correct?
Yes.
Yet there is something he said that he couldn't have known unless he had seen the corpse previously.
There was? Wait, what was it?
Do I really have to point it out to you?
Yes, please.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
He said that his dog had brought back an arm bone. Even for a forensic scientist, it would be difficult to determine the sex from just that. That means that the man who found the corpse is... That's right. He must have seen the corpse in person. He then made an assumption of the corpse's gender based on the remaining articles of clothing. Hey, little guy, can you do me a favor and get a bone analysis?
Yes, of course. Is it to identify the body?
That's right. Start with dental records.
I'll get right on that. I'll let you know when the results come in.
Yes, please do. All right, then. Hey, little guy, I'd like to get your opinion on something.
Me? Oh, I didn't think you'd ever ask me to...
Enough chit-chat. I'm transferring some data over to you.
Oh, okay. What is this? Can you wait a moment? I'll compare it with the database here. It's as I thought. No matches. I've never seen this before. Not even at the place I used to work.
Huh. So does that mean you don't know the first thing about it?
I'm sorry, but that's correct.
Fine. At least I know now that there isn't any information. The fractures on both legs match the locations of the tire marks left on the clothing. That means these fractures were... That's right. These fractures in the legs appeared when she was run over by a car. How then did these marks appear on a corpse found in the river? This is a new mystery.
Oh, Dr. Kimishima, good timing. There's something I need to tell you.
I'm listening. What is it?
The team that collected the corpse has turned in an investigation report. It seems that a type of tick was found in the ground where the corpse is located.
Ticks?
Yes, depending on the season and environment, various insects are attracted to corpses. They normally leave once the body's been reduced to the bone, but some ticks burrow underground and remain there for a while afterwards.
True. They'll leave eventually as well, but perhaps the ticks could tell us something. Concentrate. We could use the ticks to determine how long the corpse had been there.
Amazing, Doctor. I didn't think you'd know about that.
So, was a time of death calculated?
Yes, it seems to have only been about a month ago. That's not too long, biologically speaking.
A month? True, that is rather fast for a corpse to have been skeletonized. All right. Thank you, little guy. All right, little guy. Let's look at the information in detail.
Sure, but why would he lie?
A good question. Here's one possible explanation. He didn't want the authorities to know that he had been to the scene.
But it's not a crime to discover a dead body. Why would he try to hide that?
The most likely reason why he didn't want it to be known is... Indeed, because he tampered with the scene. It's likely that he did something that would get him in trouble if it was discovered.
Oh, I see. That would explain his behavior.
The question is, what did he do? Little guy? Go interrogate him once more.
Trust me. I'll make sure he doesn't hold anything back from me this time.
That's all the information we can obtain from the corpse and other articles up to this point.
So, Dr. Kimishima, is the cause of death drowning after all?
No, there's a good possibility that the cause of death was something else. The damage to the skeleton is too severe for drowning to have been the cause. Her skull itself was... Yes, it was completely shattered. Even if animals had damaged the bones, they wouldn't have done that. Her skull was shattered by an extremely strong impact of some sort.
A strong impact to the head. That isn't consistent with a drowning.
There's more to it than that, though. During the autopsy, the corpse's femurs were... Right. The femur is supposed to be the most durable bone in the human skeletal system. However, both her femurs were completely fractured. This also suggests that some kind of powerful impact had occurred.
I see. Also, in the area where the corpse had been found, the water level was low, and there are no waterfalls, rapids, or records of floods. There's nothing in the river itself that would cause such damage to the corpse.
Yes, but that's all we know for now. It's risky for us to assume anything beyond that. Little guy, get approval from HQ. I'm heading out to the actual location.
Wait, are you going down to the river?
No, she didn't die in the river. The evidence we have suggests that the actual place of death was... This location is the most likely place.
Understood. I'll make arrangements for us to go right away.
Yes, please do so. This piece of stone isn't a natural shape. Somebody had to work on this. I feel like I've seen something similar recently. Long skid marks and signs of a collision. What do these tell us? Yes, it's apparent that a car accident happened here. That's correct. The two shards fit perfectly. That clears something up for us now, and that is... Yes, the victim was on the bridge where the accident occurred. There's no conclusive evidence of how she died yet, but this may be a clue. Little guy, does this information tell us anything?
Give me a moment. Let's see here. The paint thought to have come from a vehicle was found on the area of the collision along the guardrail. We're investigating what kind of vehicle it's from, but that could take some time.
So this means that a blue vehicle ran into the guardrail here. Any other details?
Well, we can use the skid marks to determine how many tires the vehicle had. It seems this vehicle had 2 wheels on the front axle. Behind that, there were 2 more axles, both with 2 tires on each side.
That means there were 10 tires total. Judging from the number and positions of the tires, it must be... Yes. The pairs of tires are for dispersing the weight of the load it's carrying. Thus, this vehicle is designed for transporting heavy shipments.
I see. I'll get in touch with the investigators about this.
Please do. Hopefully they can use this to find other things. Yes. There's evidence that the victim had been on the bridge when the accident took place. There's evidence of having been in a car accident on the victim's body and clothing. That evidence is... Yes, that's right. Taking these 2 facts into account, it's quite likely that the victim was in an accident at that place. There's no doubt that the victim had been run over in this case. If the victim had been killed in this accident, how long ago did the accident take place? Right. The victim died about a month ago. If the victim did die from the accident itself would have taken place a month ago as well.
Dr. Kimishima, we've identified who the body was.
Great. Was there a hit in the dental records?
That's right. The victim here is Veronica Cage. She was 23 years old. It seems she was living with her parents 8 kilometers from where the accident took place.
I see. We're making progress. Has the family been notified?
Yes, that's been done. There was something odd about it, though.
Huh, what's that?
The parents hadn't submitted a missing persons report, though their daughter had been gone for a month.
You must have had a happy childhood, little guy. Every family has its own problems.
We questioned them just in case. The interviews were recorded. If you need to listen to them, check the voice recorder.
Huh, all right. Anything else?
Oh, one more thing. About the man who discovered the body. Like you thought, it looks like he tampered with the crime scene. We interrogated him again, and he's currently being detained. You can use the recorder to listen to that interview as well.
All right. I want to know what he'd been doing there.
Sorry. I was, just looking around for anything I might be able to sell. And, then, you found that woman's, his bones near the riverbed. Yeah. Sam was leading the way, and we found that dead body. Huh? Well, hell, I saw the underwear. I mean, it's not that hard to tell the difference. Yeah. Yeah, the necklace was cracked, so I took the earring. I looked around for a while, but I only found one of them. And who's gonna buy one earring? I can't even sell it. Yeah, you can have it. It's worthless junk. Anyway, I called the cops after that. I thought I might pick myself up a sweet little reward, huh? Yeah, there is gonna be a reward, right? How much? Huh? No reward? Obstruction of justice? Hell, finding that stupid body's brought me nothing but trouble. No cash, and now I'm getting sent to the can. Well, at least they feed you there.
I see. I understand now. He claimed that he hadn't seen the corpse to hide the fact that he stole one of her earrings. This man deserves a severe punishment. I should tell the little guy about it.
Sometimes she didn't come home for an entire month. We thought that's what happened this time, too. Oh, this? I slipped on the stairs. Yes, my husband and I are both getting rather old. Yes. Oh!
It seems that the victim's relationship with her family wasn't going well.
Dropping out of high school, going out every night? Sounds like a typical delinquent.
That's not the best way to describe it, but I can't say she was well behaved.
Yeah, did the parents' testimonies tell you anything else?
There's something that bothered me more than just what they said. What caught my attention about the father was... It wasn't major, but there was some injury to his face. And in the mother's testimony, my attention was caught by... Yes, she had some signs of severe bruising as well.
But they both said that they'd gotten hurt by falling down.
Huh, you're not paying attention. Take a closer look at both of them. They both have multiple injuries, but each injury is in a different state of healing. This means that... Right. How many people do you know who fall down several times a week?
I see. You have a point there. Then why were these two?
I don't know yet, but they must have a reason for hiding the cause of their injuries. Yes, these two facts do tell us something. It's more than that the person who had found the corpse stole something. There's one more important fact involved with this case, and that is... Yes, only one of the victim's earrings was at the scene. Either it came off somewhere, or she was only wearing one all along. Where could the other earring have gone? Right. Since we now know who she is, this information should be consolidated. 23 years old. She must never have imagined that she would die so young. I don't sympathize with you, but I'll do my best. For your sake.
Dr. Kimishima, we've identified the vehicle from the accident.
Good. That's rather quick. For you guys.
Hey, come on. We're a national government agency. We'll have the recording from the driver's interview later. He pretty much admits to what we suspected had happened. So, case closed?
Easy there. It's too early to relax yet.
What do you mean? I mean the culprits.
Do you think that just catching the truck driver will solve this case?
Doesn't it?
A 23-year-old woman was walking alone in the mountains 8 kilometers from home. You think she was just walking the dog?
Okay, that does sound odd. So the investigation's not over yet.
Indeed. Go look into the parents' hospital records. From the size of those bruises, they would have needed to be treated at a hospital.
Got it. What will you be doing, Dr. Kimishima?
I'm going to investigate the victim's house. Keep the parents in custody until I'm done.
Right. I'll tell the ones in charge right now.
These pieces of glass seem to have come from a mirror. Let's see. Ah, the mirror on the dresser's been broken. I wonder what happened to it. It's an ordinary package of breath mints. You can get them anywhere. Still. Just as I thought. These aren't mints in here. These markings seem to indicate that this medication was produced for a pharmacy. I might be able to ask the little guy to find out just what it is. It's a dresser. What happened to it? Broken. A reaction to the luminol. It seems there's something here that isn't part of the broken mirror. This. It's the same earring that the man who had found the body had stolen. But what would this be doing here? Indeed. All the shattered glass was neatly placed in one area. That means that someone had cleaned up the glass shards. They must have swept up the earring along with the glass. If that's the case, was the earring with the glass pieces when the mirror was broken? In any case, since it reacted with the spray, there must be blood on this earring. I'll need to have the little guy analyze it and see if it tells us anything.
Dr. Kimishima, we've received the interview with the truck driver from the accident.
Huh, alright. How did he seem?
It's easy to sympathize with him. Sounds like a case of wrong time, wrong place.
I see. Alright, I'll check the recorder.
Please do. I'll transfer it over to you.
I need to pay careful attention to his account of what happened before and after the accident, what Veronica was doing prior to being hit, and what the driver did afterwards. That's what I should be sure to listen for. Hey, little guy.
Sure, I see. There's blood on it. The DNA matches the victim as well. Also, this metal fitting seems warped. Could it be worn out from use?
That doesn't seem to be the case. Look again at the bloodstain.
The bloodstain?
It's not on the ornament. It's on the needle part that goes through the ear. If there's blood there that matches the victim, then the earring was...
The damage to the fitting makes sense. But what could happen that would cause an earring to be torn off?
I don't know yet. Still, there must be some connection to everything else here. I think this information may lead us to some more concrete evidence. Hey, little guy. I need you to analyze this medication.
Yes, of course. Did you find it in the victim's room?
That's right. It looks like it's prescribed medication. But what is it?
Who knows? It's definitely no common over-the-counter drug. I'd suspect that this would have to be prescribed by a doctor before someone can buy it.
I see, that makes sense. This could mean that the victim had attended a hospital. Was the victim suffering from some kind of injury or disease? If our analysis continues, we may find something out.
What do you want? I didn't do anything. I don't know. A woman. That woman. It's not my fault. I was supposed to drive a shipment to a nearby town. Damn it, they forced me to do it. Why the hell would someone be sleeping in the middle of a mountain road at midnight anyway? It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I turned a corner and she was lying on the bridge. I slammed on the brakes, but I wasn't fast enough and I ran all over. I got out of the truck to see and she wasn't breathing. I panicked and I threw her off the bridge. I don't know why. It's just I wanted to make it look like nothing happened. That I wouldn't be involved. I mean, what did she look like? I don't remember anything. But her arms and legs were cold and hard and wouldn't bend at all. Picking her up was a real pain. Picking her up. You mean? I wanted to make... I slipped. It stopped. Why the hell? I turned.
She was sleeping on the bridge? This seems a little odd. If this man was telling the truth, then the victim had already collapsed there from the start. It doesn't seem like he was lying, but what in the world does this mean?
truck...
He threw the victim's body over the bridge. This means that the victim wasn't knocked off the bridge by being struck by a vehicle. Yes, both these facts relate to the victim. If I were to sum up the driver's account prior to the accident, the victim was... Right. The victim had already been collapsed on the road. And after he ran her over, the driver... Yes. He threw the victim over the bridge. Little guy, what's the FBI's opinion about this?
He's already admitted to killing her. Why would he lie about that?
Indeed. His account coincides with the evidence I had found as well.
Huh? What evidence?
Well, if she had been standing when she was hit by the truck, the fractures to her bones would have indicated a strong impact from one certain direction. In this case, nothing of that sort was observed.
I see. What about the shattered skull, then?
The skull fractures are consistent with a strong impact to the top of the head. It would be unnatural for it to have been due to a car accident. Considering what happened to the victim, it can be deduced that something else caused that fracture. That is... Yes. If she was unconscious when she fell from the bridge, the fracture due to an impact to the top of the skull is understandable.
I see. You're right, that does make more sense.
Yes. However, that raises questions about the victim herself. Why in the world was this woman so far from home? And why would she be lying in the middle of a bridge in the mountains at that time of night?
That's a valid point. I guess there are still some mysteries left unsolved here.
Indeed. We'll have to continue investigating in more detail.
Oh, Dr. Kimishima, we were able to look into the parents' injuries.
Good job. What did you find?
Yes, there were records that the parents had been going to a hospital, like you said. Let's see, it looks like they'd started being frequent visitors to the hospital 2 months ago.
How many times is frequent?
Oh, we didn't check every detail, but it was several times, ending about a month ago. The hospital staff seemed worried, since many of the injuries seemed to be signs of abuse.
Did they tell the doctors who had been physically assaulting them?
No, they didn't. However, some of their injuries were quite severe. The mother seemed to have suffered some visual impediments due to a wound on her eye.
I see. Further investigation is required to determine who had been abusing them. True. Both of these facts relate to the earrings. The victim was discovered with only one of these earrings, and the other one was discovered in her room with her blood on it. Normally, if someone had an earring torn off to the point that it caused bleeding, they would have to realize that something was wrong. Still, the victim was on a bridge 8 kilometers away from her home. What this shows is that that's right. She didn't leave this room by her own will. She was probably forced out of here by someone else. That could explain how one of the earrings was left in the room. But why would whoever abducted her leave her on a bridge 8 kilometers away? I feel like there's a lot of truth that remains to be uncovered.
Dr. Kimishima, the results of the analysis on the corpse have come back.
Good. Did they find anything new?
It looks that way. The report indicates that the fractures to the femurs and skull... they were all posthumous injuries.
So these wounds were inflicted after she died?
Yes, that's what the report says.
Can you do something for me?
Oh, sure. What do you mean by in detail, though?
I just need to know if this fracture occurred before or after death.
This must have happened while she was still alive. Take a look at this area here. You can see where it started healing.
Great. I thought as much. All right, thank you. There's no knowing yet if this has anything to do with this case. But I do know now that this fracture occurred while she was still alive. The victim's femurs were fractured in the accident with the truck. Her skull was shattered when her body was dropped from the bridge. We've confirmed that both those injuries occurred after death. From those facts, it's clear that when the victim was on the bridge, yes, even if she hadn't been run over by the truck, she was already dead. That means that the driver was telling the truth in his interrogation.
Then does that mean that she was kidnapped from her room, murdered, and then had her corpse dumped on that bridge?
I don't know that just yet. We'll need to investigate a little more.
By the way, Dr. Kimishima, about that prescription.
Did you find something out?
Yes, we found which hospital the victim had been going to and requested her charts. It says Veronica had been to the hospital a month prior to her death. Her symptoms were migraines, visual and auditory hallucinations, mood swings, and aggression. It also says she was vomiting blood and had convulsions, along with hemoptysis.
Convulsions? Vomiting blood?
Yes, that's what it says. The doctors urged her to have more detailed examinations, but it seems that she had no intention of listening to them. In the end, she left the hospital and whatever disease she had went unconfirmed.
If only her doctor had forced her to be hospitalized.
That's just how things are these days. Really get concerned about strangers.
Let's continue with the investigation. Sorry for being emotional just now. In any case, we don't know what disease she had. Judging from her symptoms, it was something severe.
I agree. If we find anything out, I'll be sure to let you know immediately.
You do that. It may give us another hint in solving this case. True, these two do share a common link. The victim's hospital records say she'd been at the hospital since... Yes, 2 months ago. For the month before her death, she'd been treated at the hospital. Now, the parents' hospital records say they'd been visiting the hospital since... Yes, they also started visiting the hospital 2 months ago. Veronica was going for migraines, hallucinations, mood swings, and vomiting blood. And her parents were going after suffering frequent injuries. A month before the victim was found dead, the parents suddenly stopped having these injuries. An unpleasant coincidence, to be sure. I hope there's no connection here. Yes, these seem to be related. According to the charts, the victim's symptoms were migraines, hallucinations, mood swings, vomiting blood, hemoptysis, and perhaps most importantly... Yes, sudden aggressive behavior. That is, she was acting out violently. Her conditions must have worsened severely a month before her death. That is, her violent tendencies would have increased in frequency and severity. In addition to that is the fracture in Veronica's finger. This is the only injury she had while alive. That's a common injury when people hit things with their fists. On the other hand, the parents' injuries seemed like signs of abuse. If I were to consider all these points, those wounds were... Right. The hospital records of both the victim and her parents, they show that Veronica had been physically abusing her parents. Yes, we can put these two facts together. According to the chart from the hospital, the victim's condition caused her to vomit blood. If she had continued to vomit blood after her hospital visit, that would explain the bloodstains on her clothing. Yes. Thus, these bloodstains were caused by the blood that she had vomited. We can deduce the victim's physical state from this information. First, the pathological changes. There's no knowing what disease she had. However, if this discoloration of the bones shows the existence of a focus, it's safe to assume that whatever disease she was suffering from was in an advanced state. The massive bloodstains on her clothes came from her vomiting blood. There aren't many conditions that cause that much hemorrhaging. From these 2 points alone, I conclude that she was already in terminal condition. Even if she hadn't been killed, she was already on the brink of death.
I see. I feel sorry for her. But if that's the case, then why...
Why was she kidnapped? I still have my doubts about that, actually. Did the murderer kidnap her? Or did that even happen?
What do you mean?
Whatever the case, she was definitely taken from her home before she died. The question now is what happened between the time she was taken until the car accident.
Right, I follow you.
Once we know that, we should finally be able to see the real truth behind this case. Little guy, I'm going to check the victim's room one more time.
I thought you might want to, so I have a new tool ready for you.
Someone's prepared. And what kind of present do you have for me?
It's not the most appropriate gift for a lady, but it's aluminum powder for finding fingerprints. There are some useful additions to the mixture.
Ah, great. I'm impressed.
I'm glad you like it. Spread the powder anywhere that looks suspicious and shine your investigation light on it.
And that'll make any fingerprints stand out? All right, I'll give it a try.
Good luck. Well then.
So many. These are all the same fingerprints. It's likely they belong to the victim. Now, why would she leave so many fingerprints on the floor? Yes. She was probably crawling on the floor to move around. The prints indicate she was heading towards... The prints on the floor lead to the room's entrance. They're even under the mat. What's underneath the mat? Nothing. What could this mean? Just as I thought. These are bloodstains. They must be Veronica's. Considering the facts so far, these bloodstains must have been caused by... Yes, Veronica's clothing was covered in blood that she had vomited. The amount of blood here is more than would be a fatal loss in most people. But there's something odd about these bloodstains. Blood is a liquid. It should be evenly spread across the floor. If there was one reason for the bloodstains to be shaped like this, it would have to be... Yes. This door was closed when Veronica was vomiting blood. That's why the blood spread unevenly. This door had been closed when Veronica was vomiting blood. Thus, the room is now in the same condition as it was when that happened. The lower part of the door has numerous scratches on it. What could these scratches be? Huh? Bloodstains? Inside the scratch marks? From looking at the shape and location of these scratches, they are... How could I do that? Yes, these are traces that someone had clawed at the door. On top of that, it was done with such desperation that their own nails cracked and bled. These bloodstains are at the entrance to the room. The door was closed when Veronica vomited blood. That, along with the scratches on the inside of the door, there's just one sad conclusion we can reach from all this. Yes. Veronica was prevented from leaving here. Writhing in pain and unable to open the door, she lost a lethal amount of blood and died right here. She wasn't kidnapped and killed. We can deduce the victim's condition within this room by putting these facts together. Veronica was crawling on the floor. It's likely that this is because of the mysterious disease she was suffering from. It sapped her strength to the point that she was unable to even stand. She had an attack of her disease inside this room. The dead shall speak. Let's put together the truth of what happened here. A woman's skeleton was found 50 kilometers downriver of the city. The victim's name is Veronica Cage. She was 23 years old. She was suffering from some sort of illness. It caused her severe pain along with mental instability. When she couldn't go on, she snapped and turned violent. This card shows the truth of that emotional state. The patient had frequently physically assaulted her parents. This same disease finally caused her own death as well. This card shows evidence of that final attack. Yes, there were traces of blood at her room's entrance. During the attack, she writhed in agony about the room. The shattered mirror is evidence of that violent behavior. Eventually, her strength gave out and she collapsed. She used the last of her strength to try to leave the room. However, her one final wish was left unanswered. This card speaks to that sad truth. In her fading consciousness, she tore at the door. But she died there, and the culprits carried her body out. The proof of this is on this card. Exactly. The earring caught on something while she was being carried. She was already dead when the earring was torn from her ear. Most likely, her death surprised the ones responsible. They then cleaned the room to hide any signs she was there. But whoever cleaned the room had poor eyesight, and thus did not see the earring among the mirror shards. The body had to be hidden as well. Their plan was to throw the body off a bridge 8 kilometers away. But they were scared off by a pair of oncoming headlights. This culprit, with a bad back, gave up and fled the scene. Those headlights belonged to the blue truck. The driver could not avoid the body and ran over her. The driver believed he had killed her and dumped the body. Ironically, what he did only completed the culprit's plan. This card has proof that she was already dead when run over. Hiding a corpse is a crime, but the driver wasn't the murderer. The ones responsible are those who locked her away to die. She sought help, not knowing that none would ever come. Her last words are the proof of that desperation. This is the whole truth in how her life was cut short. I don't know what the dead want, but the truth must come out. I'm going to see the ones who cut your life's thread short.
The medical examiner. What brings you here?
Your daughter died in suffering. She struggled, she shouted, and she clawed at her door. She tried to escape so terribly that her own nails tore off. Why didn't you open the door?
There was no choice. We wanted her to be happy. We wanted her to be normal. We never thought this would...
Her death may have been inescapable. But you defiled her death in order to protect yourselves. That can never be forgiven. When death came to you, did you suffer? Soon I will know for myself.
Miss Kimishima, your test results have come back.
I see. Let me ask you up front. How long do I have until my flame goes out?
A year at best. Maybe 6 months.
I understand. Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Kimishima, the helicopter's here to take you to the lab.
All right. Thank you. Rosalia. What is this? Someone's name?
Dr. Kimishima, are you all right up there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'll be right down.
Mr. Butterfly. I'm Alyssa. I live in the house over there. Where do you live, Mr. Butterfly?
Great. She's at it again. Hey, kitty girl, what are you doing? No trespassing.
Oh, Miss! Chloe's better.
Chloe? Who are you talking about?
Chloe's the kitty you helped. Now she comes over to play.
Glad to hear it. In any case, you're not allowed here.
Hey, Miss. What's your name?
Me? Oh, I'm Naomi. Naomi Kimishima.
Okay. Hi, Naomi. I'm Alyssa. I live just on the other side of the garden here.
I see. That makes us neighbors.
so I can come see you anytime I want.
Now, Alyssa, this is a place where most people can't go. That's why I need you to...
Oh, and who's this little princess? Am I intruding?
Chief.
Hello, mister. I'm Alyssa.
Hello, Alyssa. I'm David. Excuse me, but can I borrow Naomi for just a moment?
Okay, Naomi's got work to do, right? I'll be going then. Bye-bye, Naomi. See you later.
It seems you've made a cute little friend.
You know she doesn't have any security clearance, right?
Now, do you think I'm that uptight? It's not like we're using diamonds to decorate the garden.
Anyway, you're here to talk about work, correct? I'm listening.
Yes, a few hours ago, a body was found in Oxford. The FBI is requesting that we send you to investigate it.
Me? Is there some crime involved?
It's our job to determine that. What do you say?
This is my duty, isn't it? I'm on it. The victim lived in a cottage in Oxford with her husband. The husband called the police, saying he had killed her. When they arrived, she was on the floor with a chest wound.
Joseph, my love, I'm sorry. I can't save you.
I accept. The FBI thinks the husband may not be telling the truth. All right. Let's discover how this tragedy played out. Tell me the facts we have, little guy.
Yes, ma'am. The victim is 75-year-old Alma Parker. Her husband Joseph called the police late last night. On arrival, they found her body, stabbed in the chest. The husband was in a wheelchair, holding a bloody knife. Joseph's account is that they had a fight that escalated.
A man in a wheelchair stabbed someone who could walk?
That's what he says happened.
Find out what you can about the murder. I'll check the body.
Right, please get started.
The dead tell no tales, and if they do, nobody listens. Only the dead who haven't died yet can discover the truth. Let's begin. Show me how your light was put out. blood stains on the left sleeve. Was there a wound on the corpse's arm? It could be the murderer's blood. This needs to be investigated further. What's this? Is it hair? That's bizarre, because... Indeed, the victim and the suspect reportedly both have white hair. I need to send this in for analysis and identification. The victim has a wound on her head. It's star-shaped? What can wounds tell us? Yes, we can figure out the shape of the weapon that inflicted them. Still, a star-shaped bruise. What kind of weapon would leave that? This must be the fatal stab wound. It has an odd shape. The weapon's cross-section must be... Right. The weapon must be shaped like a cross. That weapon most likely penetrated the heart and killed the victim. What kind of weapon has a shape like that? This is internal bleeding. It might have been caused by something pressing against the palm. It would require a great deal of force to leave this mark on the victim. Was she struggling against the murderer? Or is there a different reason behind it? What could this be? I've never seen a bruise like this. Is it something congenital? This stab wound is small, but it's rather deep. There's a wound with a similar shape, but it's a different size. These stab wounds are different sizes, but they have the same shape. We can deduce that these wounds are connected by... Yes, These two wounds were caused by the same strike, piercing all the way through her body. If that's the case, the entry wound was... Indeed. If something is pierced all the way through by a sharp implement, the entry wound must be at least as large as the exit wound. If these wounds were caused by the same strike, it would have to be 20 centimeters or longer. This isn't enough to identify a weapon, but it does get us one step closer. Hey, little guy, could you analyze this hair?
Yes, of course. Dr. Kimishima, this isn't human hair. It seems to be from some sort of animal. Did the victims have any tame household creatures?
You know, they're called pets. And no, there weren't any signs that they had any.
Strange. Still, this is obviously not human hair. I can see cuticles, so this isn't synthetic hair or a fiber.
All right. Can you identify what animal it's from?
No, that's beyond my expertise. Oh, but I do see something odd about it.
Go on.
Well, the hair has a tip, but the other end doesn't have a root.
No root. That means... So the hair had been cut.
Right. This means that the hair didn't fall off the animal naturally.
Why would something like this be on the corpse?
Dr. Kimishima, do you need an analysis?
Well, I'm not here to ask you out on a date. Just look at these.
Okay. Are these bloodstains?
Yes, they were on the victim's left sleeve.
That's odd. This blood isn't the victim's.
What do you mean?
Well, the results say that only the H-type antigen was detected in this blood. That makes this blood type O.
The victim has type A blood. What about her husband? He's a suspect.
He has type O. Does this mark him as the culprit after all?
Let's not start jumping to conclusions. First, let's check to see if the husband is injured. If this blood came from him, he must be wounded. Little guy, can we determine the shape of this weapon?
I think so, yes. I'll need some information, though. What can you tell me? How big is it?
Well, it's at least... $20 centimeters. It's shaped like a... cross shape. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. We'll have the results in a moment. I see. This isn't a cutting tool, like a knife. It's like a spike or a spear. Something meant for piercing.
So, a stabbing weapon. I don't like the looks of this.
Right. This isn't your usual murder weapon.
Something's not right. What do you think, little guy?
You mean the weapon in the shape of the wound, right?
That knife isn't long enough to have done that, and it's nowhere close to the right shape. No, something else has to be the real murder weapon. The second thing this tells us is...
I agree. The husband's definitely lying to us about something. In any case, we know for sure that the knife isn't the murder weapon. However, we still don't have a clue what the real weapon was, or who the killer is.
Take it easy. We just have to think about all of this. A sharp weapon, like a spear, that can go through a human body. We'll have to find out what it was.
Dr. Kimishima, we're done interrogating Joseph.
Joseph? You mean the victim's husband who confessed to the murder?
Yes, he just keeps saying that he killed her. We've got nothing to go on.
I'd like to hear the recordings myself anyway. I want to know if the blood on the victim's sleeve was his or not.
I've already sent you the data. You can examine it whenever you want.
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you.
Told you people, it was a domestic dispute. I was angry at my wife and I stabbed her. That's all there is to it. So what if I'm in a wheelchair? It doesn't mean I can't stab someone. She was standing right in front of me, so I just shanked her right there. I turned myself into the police right after. You know what happened after that. What about my hand? I injured it, that's all. How I injured it has nothing to do with this. I accidentally cut myself while I was stabbing her. What?
I see. The victim's husband does have an injury on his hand. This will prove that the bloodstains came from the husband. True. These pieces of information do share a common bond. The blood on the victim's sleeve is type O. Joseph has a wound on his right hand, and he himself has type O blood. There's little doubt that the bloodstains on the sleeve were left by him. That doesn't prove that he killed Alma, though. We'll need more evidence to be certain. Let's keep investigating. This is one bizarre case. There's so much about it that's hard to believe.
You don't think the husband did it, Dr. Kimishima?
Who knows? Anyway, let's put the facts we know so far in order. The reason why it's doubtful that the victim's husband is the murderer is because... Yes, the knife he says he used could not have caused the wounds she died of. There are other reasons to doubt him too, no matter what weapon he used. Pushing it all the way through a human body would require a lot of strength. But he's... Indeed, he is wheelchair-bound and cannot stand under his own strength. Would he be able to kill someone like this while sitting in a wheelchair?
His hospital records make it clear that he can't stand up at all.
Yes, the shape of the weapon and the details of the death make it unlikely that he's the murderer. Still, he insists that he's the one who killed her.
I don't get it. Usually people lie to avoid being blamed for a crime.
Huh. You have a lot of experience with lying, Mr. Investigator?
Hey, we agreed not to bring up the past, didn't we?
But why would he want to make himself the criminal?
All I can think of is that he's defending somebody else.
Either that, or covering up an even bigger lie. That doesn't change what I need to do at all. Contact HQ about the inconsistencies we've discovered and interrogate the husband again. I'm going to the crime scene. Tell them that, too.
Understood. I'll get authorization immediately.
There's an inscription on this clock. To my loving father and mother from Abby. A gift from a family member? Huh. Why does this decoration look familiar? That's right. It's the same as that star-shaped bruise on the victim's head. The murderer could have struck the victim with this clock. I need to take this back and carefully investigate it. What's this? Now this brings back memories. It's a medal challenge, like we had back in med school. Looks like these are questions regarding emergency medical procedures. They're not related to this case. Should I give it a try anyway? Here's the first question. this? It's a shard of glass. What could that be from? Supposedly, only Joseph and the responding police officer were at the murder scene. If that's the case, then... That was careless. Yes, there were no other shards of glass in the area. The police wouldn't be so foolish as to contaminate the crime scene. I'm beginning to wonder if someone there had cleaned up the other shards of glass. I could send this shard to analysis. We might learn something about it. Now, they're not really... Here's the first... That was careless. Concentrate. Hey, little guy. Your turn.
Yes, what is it? Oh, you need something analyzed? Just one moment. There's some kind of compound on the concave surface here.
Any details?
It's wine. Yep, no mistake.
So, there's wine on the inside of this piece of curved glass. That means this shard comes from...
That's probably right. Then again, there could be some oddballs who drink wine straight from the bottle or something.
Perhaps. Let's assume for the moment that it's from a wine glass. A little more investigation may provide us with more information. Huh. The decoration on the clock matches the victim's head wound. But this couldn't possibly have been the fatal blow. I need to know exactly how this wound would have affected her. It's something other than firewood. I wonder if there's anything left. Huh, I've got something. What is this? There's something else here, too. Is this fur? What is this doing here? These two hairs appear to be the same. If that's the case, then the hair from the fur was on the victim's clothing. Why, though? Little guy, could I bother you for a moment?
Anytime. How can I help?
Well, the wound on the victim's head was caused by a clock found at the scene. I want to know what that wound would have done to the victim.
Okay, I get it. I'll start looking into it right away.
Let me know the moment you get some results.
Dr. Kimishima, I need to tell you something.
Is it good news?
No, bad. Another corpse has been found.
Give me a break. I'm already in the middle of investigating a case for you.
Well, the thing is, it might be related to the Alma Parker case.
What do you mean?
A female corpse was discovered in a warehouse at the harbor. The victim is identified as Abigail Parker. She's Alma Parker's daughter.
What?
Yes, it's not just Alma now. Her daughter's been murdered as well.
My God. Is there any...
We don't know yet, but considering the timing, I'd believe there's a good chance that they're related.
All right. Send the corpse over here. I'll perform an autopsy.
Right. I was going to come over and tell you about the clock anyway. I'll load all the information that we've confirmed onto the computer, too.
Huh. A man who comes to visit bringing a dead body as a present. You're the worst guest ever. This kind of thing tends to upset people, you know.
Hey, come on. This is my job.
I'm joking. I'll have a room ready.
Yes, that would be helpful. I'll see you later then.
The daughter of Alma Parker, the first victim, Abigail Parker. These were her last words. I'm not making any promises, but I've heard your words. This is the... It won't turn on. Is it broken? This should be sent in for analysis. It may have some useful information. Abigail's hair isn't black. I've seen this black hair before. That's right. It was animal fur. This is a cut. It seems like it was inflicted intentionally. I feel like I've seen a similar wound somewhere before. There's a deep wound on the chest. This must be the fatal wound. This stab wound has an odd shape. I've seen this somewhere before. These murders are too similar for us to dismiss the possibility that they're related. The wound on Alma's hand wasn't caused by external trauma, while Abigail's wound was obviously made using a sharp tool. At first glance, these may seem to be completely unrelated. However, if we consider any similarities or connections between the two corpses, these wounds may indicate some hidden link that we haven't discovered yet. Just as I thought, these two hairs are identical. So we know that the hair from the fur found in the fireplace at the murder scene was on both of the two victims. From this, we can deduce that indeed, the murderer had been wearing or using the fur somehow. Thus, it's not surprising if we found evidence of it with both the victims. Little guy, can we tell anything from this wound?
One moment. Let's see. The stab wound in her chest is the same shape as Alma's stab wounds.
Is that so? My hunch was right. This proves... Yes, both murders were committed using the same weapon.
So were they murdered by the same person?
It's likely, but there's no conclusive evidence of that just yet. The wounds aren't exactly the same. There's something very different about them. It's... Yes, the depths aren't the same.
Couldn't that just be coincidence? They weren't killed by a machine after all.
I can't rule that out as a possibility either. Still, Alma's stab wound pierces all the way through her body and out her back. Abigail's wound barely reaches her heart. These wounds would require a vast difference in strength to inflict.
I see. Is that so?
In any case, it's dangerous to make more assumptions than is absolutely necessary. Let's continue investigating. Indeed, these facts can be put together. Alma and her daughter Abigail, the two corpses share one common thing. That is... yes, the same weapon was used for both murders. Another similarity can be found among their belongings as well. That is... yes, both of them had the same type of animal fur on them. There's a very high possibility that these crimes were committed by the same person.
Dr. Kimishima, a new testimony has arrived.
Good. Whose testimony is it this time?
Let's see. First, we have the person who found Abigail's corpse. He owns a restaurant, but he seems to be an acquaintance of the victim.
Really? How did they know each other?
Well, it seems the victim was an occasional customer at the restaurant. According to the testimony, the victim had visited the restaurant not long ago.
I see. This may be able to help us determine the victim's situation before she was killed. We should confirm when he last saw the victim as well.
Yes, there's another bit of testimony that needs to be addressed.
Go on.
Well, it's Joseph Parker. He's begun confessing to his daughter's murder as well.
What?
When the questioner asked him about Abigail's corpse, he started with the whole "I did it" spiel again.
Why did you fools tell him about Abigail?
Well, he is her father, after all. Someone was bound to tell him.
Well, we've lost the chance to learn what really happened from him.
No matter where you go, there's always somebody who has to ruin it for everyone.
Oh well, what's done is done. I'll listen to his testimony too. Send the voice data over.
Understood. Please do so.
What? Abigail was... Is that true? Yeah. I killed my daughter Abigail, too. I'm admitting it. I did it. What more is there to investigate? Who cares about the weapons? It doesn't matter. Quit fooling around and give me the death penalty.
I was up that morning fishing for the restaurant's chef's catch special. Oh yeah, if you go out a bit there, they're quite easy to catch. The market's fish aren't good enough. No, for the fish to be at their freshest, they have to be killed right when they're caught. Well, I was shocked. I never imagined I'd pull up a corpse. And even worse, it was Miss Abby Parker. That's right, I've known the Parkers for years. She'd come to the restaurant with her parents every now and again. Heavens, no, they never fought. They seemed very happy, a wonderful family. The last time Miss Abby came was 3 days ago. No, her parents weren't with her at the time. She was there with a gentleman.
He says that Abigail was at his restaurant 3 days ago. So Abigail was still alive at that time. We can trace Abigail's whereabouts with these facts. Her corpse was found about 2 days since her death. The man who found her body last saw her 3 days ago. That means that when the chef saw her... Yes, it was not long before she was killed. There's a high possibility that Abigail was killed soon after she left his restaurant. It would be best to investigate the man who was seen with her the night she died.
Oh, Dr. Kimishima, could I bother you for a moment?
If I said no, would you leave me alone?
No. I definitely think you should hear this.
All right, hurry up.
Thank you. Well, HQ has made a move. The FBI has arrested a suspect for Abigail's murder.
What's going on?
Who knows? Maybe they're jumping the gun. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. The man's name is Sean Bowen. He was Abigail's boss where she worked. His wife, Carolyn Bowen, was also taken in for interrogation. They're both at HQ now.
Huh. Is there any evidence that he's the killer?
It seems that this was found at the scene where Abigail had been murdered.
What's this?
It's an expensive lighter made in France. It's a custom order with his name engraved on it.
Sean Bowen. Well, there's no mistaking that.
We also showed Sean's picture to that chef. He confirmed that Sean was the man with Abigail at the restaurant the night she died.
I see. Let me guess. Here's what the FBI thinks happened. Abigail was having an affair with her boss. The situation got complicated, so he killed her.
Bingo, Dr. Kimishima. That's exactly what HQ thinks happened.
What about Alma's murder, then? Would he take the trouble to murder the girl's mother to hide his affair?
Honestly, I don't think they're looking that far ahead. They'd rather believe this than think that Joseph committed either of the murders.
I see. So Joseph is defending the man who killed his own daughter?
Well, now that you mention it, that doesn't make sense at all.
All right. We can't say for certain that this man, Bowen, isn't the murderer just yet. I'm sure he'll be able to tell us what Abigail was doing on that night as well. Can you get the interrogation recordings, little guy?
I've already got them. I know my stuff.
Nice of you to stay on top of things. Send me that data ASAP.
Got it. I'll do that now.
Good heavens. What's going on? I haven't done anything to get interrogated by people like you. Abby? Yes, she did work for us. She was a very innocent and beautiful girl. You know the type, right? Look, I'm sure you figured it out for yourself. Right? What we have is a relationship between two consenting adults. She's the one who asked me to meet her at the restaurant, but she got a phone call and left before the meal came. She went. How should I know? She said something came up, but who knows? Huh? It's my lighter. Where did you... To the scene of the murder? A warehouse at the harbor? No! I've never been there. I don't even carry that lighter with me. I keep it at home, so what would it be doing there? I get it. This is a trap. Someone's setting me up to be the killer. Listen, that lighter's a custom-made, expensive piece. I keep it carefully locked in a showcase at home. The showcase? It's in my living room at my house. The only keys to the case belong to me and... me and... Oh, don't tell me. The only... me and... Oh, don't tell me.
Huh. Why did his testimony end there?
Oh, that's when his lawyer arrived.
And they took measures so he wouldn't say anything self-incriminating, I take it. That's all right, though. I learned something important that I hadn't been expecting.
Some useful information from that recording?
You weren't paying attention. If that man is telling the truth, then Abigail's cell phone has an important clue. That is... Yes. Upon receiving a call from someone, she abruptly left the restaurant and was killed. It's quite possible that call came from the murderer.
I see.
Even if the caller isn't a killer, we can identify who called her.
Gotcha. I'll make sure they hurry up and analyze the cell phone.
Wait. We also need evidence to back his testimony up as well.
That's true. What can we do about that?
It shouldn't be difficult to get a witness to verify his testimony.
A witness? But who?
Think about it. It would have to be...
seeing Sean and Abigail at the restaurant that night. You think he might have more to say about how they were acting then?
Yes. Can you go talk to that chef one more time?
No problem. I'll ask him for more details about that night.
There's also that lighter to consider. It's most likely that it was removed from Bowen's house by... Yes. According to his statement, the lighter was supposed to be in his home. The only person besides him who would have been in a position to take it would be his wife, Carolyn. If we inspect the lighter itself, we may learn something from it.
I see. You'll need the recordings from Carolyn's questioning as well. I'll send it over right now, so please use the recorder to listen to it.
Yes, make sure I get those. I'm counting on you, little guy.
All about? Why are you keeping me here? What could I possibly have to do with you? Huh? I was home all day on that day. So what? You found his lighter at the murder scene? Is that so? I wonder why. So, is he a suspect now? I don't know anything about it. I don't give a rat's ass about that cheating bastard. Can I just go home now? I don't want to deal with a murder investigation. I don't want to deal with a murder investigation.
She's rather emotional. Is she unstable?
That's just normal, Dr. Kimishima. You're a little too calm.
Well, I have my moments too. Sometimes.
Anyway, Carolyn's insisting that she was home the entire time.
Is there any way to prove that?
No, there aren't any witnesses. She says she was alone the entire time.
Did she know that Sean and Abigail were together that night?
No, we told her that her husband is a suspect in a murder investigation. She shouldn't know that Sean was involved with Abigail. We're trying to keep the details under wraps.
I see. If that's the case, then she knows too much. Let's listen to her testimony one more time. Pay attention.
I don't give a rat's ass about that cheating bastard.
That bit at the end. Why did she call him a cheating bastard?
Maybe he's cheated on her before? He looks like a player. I mean...
That could be a possibility. But what if there was another reason?
Like what?
Well, for example... Yes. What if she had seen Sean and Abigail together?
That would explain her hostility.
If that's the case, then she did witness what happened to the victim that night. This might lead us to something even more important. Hey, little guy, I need something analyzed.
Sure. Is it the lighter that was found at the murder scene?
Yes, I just need you to find any fingerprints on it.
Fingerprints? Just a second. There seem to be a lot of them. Oh, wait. They're all the same set of prints, repeated over and over.
Can we find out whose they are?
Let's see. These are Carolyn Bowen's.
Bingo. So the one who left this lighter at the scene was... Right. Sean's wife, Carolyn, left the lighter at the murder scene. Carolyn Bowen, Sean's wife, left the lighter at the scene of Abigail's killing. Her interrogation suggests that she saw her husband together with the victim. Does this mean that Carolyn is behind both the murders in this investigation? True. Even if she had a reason for killing Abigail, she had no motive for Alma's murder. But she may be able to provide us with information regarding Abigail's murder. I need a little more information from her. That's the little guy's job.
Oh, Dr. Kimishima, what's this?
It wasn't Sean who left the lighter at Abigail's murder scene. It was Carolyn. That makes her our most probable suspect now.
Really? I wonder what HQ's going to think when they hear this.
I don't care. I'm not interested in your office politics.
I know that. So, what do you think? Honestly.
I find it most likely that she's not the killer. Still, she may have witnessed something. If she finds herself our main suspect, perhaps that will loosen her tongue a bit.
I see. I'll use this info when I speak to her then.
You're going to talk to her yourself? That's odd.
It takes a liar to catch a liar. I'm good at this kind of thing.
We've all got secrets, don't we? I'll be counting on you.
Right. Oh, by the way, Abigail's cell phone has been repaired.
Great. Were the records of received calls intact?
She did receive a call during the time we believe she was at the restaurant. However, we've traced the call to a nearby payphone.
Huh, I see. I wonder if this information will lead us anywhere.
We're going to ask around the area if there were any witnesses near the phone, but we don't expect much. Still, there's no doubt that that was the last call made to her cell phone.
I see. So there's a good chance that call came from the murderer after all. Abigail was called out from a public phone, and then she was killed.
We'll continue looking into the deal with the payphone. Oh, we spoke to the chef again, too. Check out the recorder when you have time.
All right, I'll listen to it later.
How'd she act? Let me think. I remember that she was talking on her phone. I clearly remember that she left the restaurant in a hurry soon after that. The man who was with her left in a bad mood afterwards. No, I don't think that he went after Miss Abby. No. He left the restaurant an hour after Miss Abby did. I know that because I served a carafe of wine to the table. The gentleman drank it all himself before he left. I remember being disappointed because they ordered a very fine wine.
Dr. Kimishima, we've received a recording.
More questioning? Who is it this time?
Carolyn Bowen, Sean's wife. Once they confronted her about the lighter, she started talking.
I see. I'll check it out.
So what if my fingerprints were on the lighter? That's got nothing to do with... Why am I a suspect? No, I'm telling you it wasn't like that. That skank. I didn't report it because I knew I'd get dragged into this mess. Yes, that's right. I happened to be out that day and saw them dining together. They looked like they were having the time of their lives, and I lost it. I was going to charge in there and slap both of them, and then the skank left the restaurant still on her phone. I followed that slut, but just because I was curious. I didn't want her to get away. Of course I was angry. She went into a warehouse not far from there. I couldn't see too well from where I was hiding, but she didn't come out for a while, so
to her hand with its terrible claws. I knew she'd been killed, but I had nothing to do with it. I mean, it serves her right. Did she think she could just steal any man she wanted? That's probably when I dropped the lighter. Of course, I didn't report it. I would have been the very first suspect. That's... I mean... It was... It... And...
I don't believe it. This is one weird testimony.
Our murder investigation suddenly turned into a monster hunt. We've had a sketch artist create a picture from her account, but are there any animals that size around here?
Don't be ridiculous. It's someone wearing a mask and some kind of costume.
I thought as much. Could the killer be insane?
Who can say? There's no way to know anything yet. From the sketch, the murderer was wearing a mask. Now I know what that white shard from the fireplace was. It must have been from the mask that the murderer was wearing while committing the crimes. But why would the murderer throw the mask into the fireplace? Whatever the reason, it helps to sort everything out. Okay, I need to sort out the information I have on hand. My main concern right now is the costume worn by whoever killed the two women. How did it end up in the fireplace in the Parker residence, where Alma was murdered? The most logical reason that can be considered at the moment is... Yes, putting it in the fireplace could be an attempt to destroy it. And if that is the case, something strikes me as odd about how Joseph, Alma's husband, was acting. That is... Yes, he confessed to Alma's murder from the very beginning. If he was willing to confess, what reason would he have to hide any evidence? Let's assume for a moment that someone else is the real killer. Can we follow this hypothetical person's steps? This person would have killed both Alma and Abigail. The first person to be killed would have been... Right, Alma's corpse was found first, but Abigail had been killed before then. In other words, the killer wore a costume to kill Abigail, then killed Alma the next day, after which the costume was discarded into the fireplace. However, we haven't found the murder weapon yet. There were no traces of it in the fireplace. The killer would also have some connection to the two victims as well. We can assume that Abigail personally knew her murderer. The reason for this is... Right. She received a phone call from a payphone to call her out. The killer knew Abigail's phone number, and Abigail rushed out right after receiving the call. It's unreasonable to think that she would do that for someone she didn't know. Similarly, there's a good chance that Joseph knows the killer as well. This is because... Yes, if that wasn't so, Joseph would have no reason to defend whoever killed his wife. So, is the killer someone that the entire Parker family would be acquainted with?
Dr. Kimishima, sorry to keep you waiting. We've taken a look at the clock we recovered from the Parker house and...
Oh, hello? Naomi, can you hear me?
Alyssa? What are you doing there?
Wow, I can hear you. This guy let me in.
Little guy?
This girl said that she really had to talk to you.
All right. Alyssa, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
I need to do some work with the man you're with. Be a good girl and be quiet for a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. So, about that clock.
Yes, I heard that much. Get to it.
As you mentioned, the decoration on the clock matches the wound on the corpse's head. It probably fell off the desk and struck the victim's head. This may have happened while she was struggling with her assailant.
I see. Is it possible for that wound to have been the cause of death?
No, that's impossible. The impact wouldn't have been enough to kill someone. We've inspected the exterior of the clock, but it doesn't seem that damaged either.
I see. Then... Little guy? What's that sound?
Sorry. Looks like this clock is the kind that plays a little tune.
Hey, Naomi?
Alyssa, you said that you'd keep quiet.
I'm sorry, but that clock is broken.
Broken? Where?
I mean, I know how this song goes, but this one part sounds all weird.
Huh? Little guy, has anybody looked inside the clock?
1 second. Dr. Kimishima, there's something inside.
We may have found just what we're looking for. Thank you, Alyssa. I want to know more about this weapon, little guy.
Oh yeah, no problem. It has an X-shaped cross-section, and it's 25 centimeters long. It's thinner at the tip, and it's shaped more like a steak than a knife. This isn't a commercially available weapon. This is just a piece of steel with sharpened edges.
Huh. So the killer made it?
It seems that way. It's a poor cutting implement, but it could certainly be used for stabbing.
I see. This could be the weapon then. The shape on the end of the weapon's hilt appears to match the bruise on Alma's hand. This bruise could be from Alma pushing her hand against the hilt of the weapon. If that's the case, then the person who used this weapon would have to be... Yes. If the weapon is used by thrusting forward while applying pressure with the palm, then the only way Alma could get this bruise is if she was the one wielding the weapon. But what does this mean? Yes, if we put these together, it should be easier to identify the weapon. The victims, Alma and Abigail. They both died from being stabbed in the chest by a weapon with the same shape. Their wounds match the shape of the weapon found inside the clock. the two of them were killed with the same weapon, this handmade stake. Abigail was killed by the stab wound in her chest. The shape of her stab wound perfectly matches the shape of the weapon found in the clock. The bruise on Alma's palm indicates that she had been using the weapon. If Abigail was murdered by Alma, it would make sense for Abigail to respond to a phone call from her mother. There's also Abigail's final words to consider. Huh. Why would she say that? Concentrate. That's right. The killer was wearing a mask and covered in fur at the time. Even as Abigail lay dying, she had no idea that her killer was her own mother. That's why she called out, to warn her mother away. From the phone call, she would have assumed that her mother, Alma, was somewhere nearby. But if Alma is the murderer, how did she end up killed by the weapon that she had been using? These two pieces of information can fill in Abigail's timeline that night until her death. When was she last seen before she died? That's right. She was seen at a restaurant that she was a frequent customer at. The one with her at the time was... Correct. She was witnessed there with her boss. Afterwards, she left the restaurant alone. The reason she left was... Yes, a phone call caused her to leave the restaurant immediately. But where did this call come from? Indeed, the payphone near the murder scene. It's most likely that the killer called her from the public phone, then waited for the victim to arrive and ambushed her. That would be what happened on Abigail's last night in this world.
Dr. Kimishima, the results of our analysis have come in.
Good. Which analysis was this?
The wine glass. Something else was detected in the residue.
Well, what is it?
We've detected detected traces of benzodiazepine in the wine.
Benzodiazepine? Isn't that used in sleeping pills and anti-anxiety medication?
That's right. It seems to have been mixed in with the wine.
Little guy, was there any benzodiazepine found in Alma's body?
No, why? The results of the drug test came up with a negative on that.
That's all right. I just wanted to make sure that she wasn't the one taking it.
Okay.
If we believe that Alma is the one that killed Abigail, then Alma put the sleeping medication into the wine. The one who drank it was... Yes, her husband Joseph.
What do you mean? Are you saying...
That's right. Alma tried to kill Joseph as well.
But, Dr. Kimishima, isn't that just...
The weapon left a bruise on her palm. That is proof that she used the weapon.
But she was killed by that same weapon.
That's true. Let's stay calm and think this through. We have evidence that there was a struggle between Joseph and Alma, don't we? That is... Indeed, the bloodstains are quite likely from when Joseph was injured and grabbed Alma's wrist during the struggle.
Then, did Joseph kill Alma during that fight?
I'm just saying that this is one conjecture we could make.
But there's no motive. The family reportedly got along well.
Little guy, where is Mr. Parker right now?
Huh? He's still being detained.
Good. Tell him something. Tell him we found the weapon Mrs. Parker was using inside the clock.
All right, I'll do that. Where are you going, Dr. Kimishima?
I'm going back to the murder scene. I want to find Alma's motive.
Oh, Dr. Kimishima, can I bother you for a moment?
What's the matter?
HQ contacted me just a moment ago. It seems Joseph Parker has a message for you.
The victim's husband? But why?
I don't know. I'll send the recording over to you right now.
This message is for whoever is investigating my case. I don't know who you are, but I'm impressed by your skills. Go to my house and check above the fireplace. My wife's diary should be behind the stones. You must already know that I can't stand. So that's the only thing I couldn't get rid of. If you read it, you might find out what my wife was truly feeling. Please, make use of that information.
That's it. Did you get all that, Dr. Kimishima?
I heard every word. I'll have to check above the fireplace. Above the fireplace, behind the stones. This must be it. Alma's diary is in here? Here it is. I should take it back to the office and go through it.
Oh, Dr. Kimishima, can you spare a moment?
I do if it's about the case.
Of course it is. Alma Parker's autopsy is about to begin.
Good. I hope they find something.
Yes, and regarding the results from the auto-imaging scan, a tumor has been found in Alma Parker's prefrontal lobe.
A tumor?
Yes, it's about 5 centimeters in diameter, and it seems to have been causing CVD.
Cerebral vascular disorder. If that's so, then...
Yes, well, even if she hadn't been killed, she didn't have much time left.
That's not the point. Tumors in the prefrontal lobe cause visual and auditory hallucinations. There's the chance that this may explain her strange behavior.
Wait, so you think this is related to the case?
I found Alma's diary above the Parker's fireplace.
What? Then Joseph was...
He was telling the truth. Reading this may tell us more.
I write this diary giving thanks to the mountains and to the flowing waters. My headaches continue today. That bruise seems to have gotten bigger, too. Should I see a doctor?
A bruise? What is she referring to? That's right. She was still alive when she got that bruise on her hand.
I write this diary giving thanks to the mountains and to the flowing waters. A miracle happened today. I can barely believe it. I heard God's voice, beautiful and pure. The bruise on my hand is a sigil passed on to me by God himself.
I see. Well, I'm no theologian, but I doubt this was a revelation from God. What happened to her was caused by... Right. Her experience was likely caused by the tumor in her prefrontal lobe. She interpreted the whispers of her disease as the voice of the Creator.
I write this diary giving thanks to the mountains and to the flowing waters. Today I heard a shocking premonition. We were walking the path against God's divine will. My pain was inflicted on me as a punishment and a warning to me and my family. I cannot let this be. I must save my family. I write this diary giving thanks to the mountains and to the flowing waters. The preparations have been made. I will become the beast of the Lord and lead my loving family. I will sever them from this world and engrave the sigil upon their bodies too. Abby, my little girl, I willingly become the beast so I can save you.
Beast of the Lord. That explains the fur.
I write this diary giving thanks to the mountains and to the flowing waters. I learned a terrible truth today. My little Abby never reached his side. It's my fault. I severed her connection before engraving the sigil. Ah, my loving daughter, please forgive your mother for being so foolish. Joseph will be saved. I will engrave his sigil and lead his soul. I'll make sure it won't hurt. Joseph, let us be reunited in his world.
The diary ends here. Alma died after writing this. The sigil that she says she engraved onto her daughter is... That's right. Alma thought the black bruise on her hand appeared as a holy sign. That's why she thought she was saving her daughter's soul using the same pattern. She also planned to do the same to her husband. When she said she'd make sure it won't hurt, she meant... Indeed. This diary answers a number of the questions we've had regarding this case. Until this point, I had thought that Alma and Abigail had been killed by the same person. But now it's clear who killed Abigail. And yet, there are several things found at the crime scene that could not have been Alma's doing. I need to review the information we have to determine if these murders were committed by the same person. Hey, little guy, I have something else that I need you to analyze for me.
You do? I thought we've already been through everything.
It's more that I want you to sort through what we know. Alma wore the mask and the fur when she killed Abigail. However, Alma couldn't have done everything herself. For example, yes, Alma didn't stab herself. And there were obvious attempts to hide evidence after Alma's death. One such piece of evidence is yes, someone tried to destroy the costume Alma wore in the fireplace. Another piece is indeed, the weapon Alma is believed to have used was hidden inside the clock.
Only one person was able to do this.
Yes. Now we can finally see everything that happened in this case. The dead shall speak. Let's put together the truth of what happened here. In a way, you could say Alma Parker is the first victim. She had a gigantic tumor within her prefrontal lobe. The conditions caused by the tumor changed her. This card has the evidence of that. Yes, she believed her hallucinations were divine visions. Parting with the world, her beloved daughter was first. It was that same love that led to Alma's attack. This card proves the violence Alma carried out on her Abigail. Indeed, she put on a mask and fur, then killed her. That's why Abigail failed to recognize her own mother. Instead, she kept screaming in order to warn Alma away. Abigail's last words are proof of that.
Mom! Stay away! Run!
After the murder, Alma tried to guide her child's soul. The proof of that is on this card. This is likely what Mrs. Bowen witnessed. But Alma thought she had failed to save Abigail's soul. In order to guide the soul to its rightful place, Alma thought the sigil needed to be applied before death. So she made careful preparations for Joseph's murder. The evidence of that is shown on this card. Yes, but this plan failed to work. Joseph woke from the pain and struggled with her in a panic. This card tells us the evidence of that. Alma wore the mask and fur again to kill her husband. That's why Joseph didn't know it was Alma attacking him. He desperately caught her hand, resisting her. And in the ensuing struggle, they fell, stabbing Alma. When Joseph removed his attacker's mask, he realized... It was first thought that both cases had the same murderer. But with so many mysteries solved, I know that can't be. This is the card with proof of the reason why that is. I can't mess around anymore. It's time to get serious. Around anymore. It's time to get serious. Yes. After Alma's death, someone erased evidence of her guilt. No matter how it was done, it couldn't have been Alma. And so the truth of this card is brought to light. This person wanted to hide Alma's crimes. First, her costume was destroyed in the fireplace. The weapon she used was hidden within a clock in the house. Another knife was used to make Alma seem like a victim. This card shows who took this effort to exonerate Alma. Joseph knew Alma was not a woman who could commit murder. Her bizarre acts were a result of her brain tumor. Even then, she still loved her husband and cared about him. Her final words are proof of that.
Joseph, my love, I'm sorry. I can't save you.
This is the truth behind how her life's light was put out.
Naomi, you have a call from Mr. Parker.
Yes. I was just thinking about visiting you. All right. I'll be there soon.
Will you be all right? If you think there's any danger.
Chief, what do you think love is? A true love in which each thought of the other to the end. That may well have been the integral part of this case.
I can't guarantee it's any good. Alma always make coffee.
Thank you.
My wife, she was the best companion a man could hope for. Even when I was stubborn or angry, she still loved me.
Mr. Parker, it's my duty to uncover the truth.
I understand.
You loved her. Even if you'll be misunderstood and branded a killer, you wanted to hide the fact that Alma tried to kill you.
I'd be better off if she had killed me. There's absolutely no way she'd kill me without a cause. She must have had some reason for what she did. Please, if it ends like this, Alma will be known as a lunatic. You have to find out what truly happened to my wife. Please.
Yes, I will. That's my duty. Death comes to everyone. I'm a little jealous.
Oh, there you are, Dr. Kimishima. I was looking for you.
I see. What do you want?
I have the report from the Oxford autopsy.
Tell me all about it, right now.
Right. Her brain tumor was kind of... well, strange.
Strange? Could you be any more vague? Were you actually present at the autopsy?
Well, yes, but it was a condition I've never seen. The tissue around the tumor was black. Nobody knows why.
Black? The same as with Veronica. Remove that tumor. I'll have a friend at Resurgam check it. And I want the death certificate made by the end of the day.
You want me to do all that?
No excuses. Get to it right now.
I'm on it.
Veronica's death. An old woman losing her mind. What in the world is going on?
Dennis here. Oh, hey, Chief.
Maria, a fire's broken out on 14th. Get there and hurry.
Why are you calling me? I'm off duty.
Everyone else is out right now. Stop complaining and go.
Ugh, all right. But I better see a bonus next payday. Okay, let's do this.
Almost there, just hang on. Good.
Hey, you! Has everybody been rescued?
Who the?
I'm with Resurgam First Care. Tell me what's going on.
A fire broke out in the power facility. It's being contained.
Damn, that was a big one.
Hey, where you going?
Hey, you okay? What happened?
We had a backdraft. 2 of the people inside were hit by it.
They need immediate treatment. Move them over here if you can. All right, beginning treatment. Hemorrhaging. Is soaked through. I need a new piece. All right, blood pools have been treated. Let's get a look at the abdomen next. There's burns, too. I gotta anesthetize them with the antibiotic gel. That's not enough. I need to throw more on. Okay, spread. Now to saturate the gauze with antibiotics. I have to make sure the tape goes straight up. Good. Moving on to the next section. The burns on his stomach are all treated. Let's take a look at his left arm. His arm's in bad shape. I'll have to do some first aid here, too. The vitals are getting low. I should use the syringe to recover them just in case. All right. He'll be okay for now. Oh, yeah, there's another wounded person. I should take a look at her, too. Whoa, this one's got burns, too? That's bad. Hang in there, okay? Let's get these convulsions. Damn, cardiac... That's it. You get back here. The pulse is returned. I'll need to secure an airway. I have to put this straight into a respiratory tract without bending it. Kind of nervous there. Rescue complete. Better do a blood transfusion just in case. First, to disinfect the area. Where's that antibiotic? I have to secure an intravenous path for cannula. Where put those needles? Ugh, that's a small target, huh? That's a small target, huh? I'll have to have... There we go. Now to bandage it in place. Okay, just gotta wrap it over there. Treatment complete. All right, transport this guy out of here. Is that all the wounded taken care of? All right, mission complete. I'm on a roll today. All right, that's all the patients.
Hey, you!
Huh? Oh, are you guys done here too?
Who do you think you are, barking out orders like that? Disasters require strict adherence to the chain of command. If you disrupt the team's coordination, you're hurting us.
What did you just say? I was called here because you obviously couldn't handle...
Hey, are you spacing out? Ah, I get it now. You're Maria Torres from Resurga. Yeah, I've heard about you. Hey, have you heard a single word I've been saying? You're not helping. You're a nuisance.
Shut up!
Oh!
Damn right I'll order you around. I'm the best one here. If cooperating is so important to you, then do what I say. Later, asshole.
up and give me the cash! Make it quick!
Not so fast, criminal!
Who the hell are you?
I am the ambassador of love and justice, Captain Eagle! No crime will be tolerated on my watch!
What? You masked freak! I'm gonna shoot!
Sir, are you all right?
Yeah.
I apologize for the mess. Please allow me to help fix it. And farewell!
Hey, wait! This isn't gonna cover the damage?
Everything has been prepared for your departure, Lady Tomoe.
Very good. Hanzo, go on ahead and wait for me there.
As you wish.
By the 8 million gods that exist to protect this world, I, Tomoe, daughter of Tachibana, shall heed the path of honor. Let the heavens be my witness.
Have a wonderful day, Lady Tomoe.
Operation complete.
All right. Bring in the next patient.
Dr. Cunningham, this patient's convulsing.
Damn it. It just never ends.
Just go. Leave this place to me.
Yeah, I must have dozed off.
It's Lisa. I thought it'd be useless calling the house. I want to get Joshua's things next Sunday. I'm sure you won't be there anyhow. I'll drop the keys in the mailbox.
Huh. Well then.
Open the door. He wants to talk to the prisoner.
What?
The guy with the 250-year sentence? I wasn't informed of this.
Here's my authorization from the HHS. Any problems?
I'm sure he won't say a word. He doesn't remember anything.
It's been a while.
What do you want?
You're needed for an operation, in exchange for a reduced sentence.
You want me to operate?
That's right. Here are the details if you want to see them. Take your time, think it over. But remember, you'll never have another opportunity to save lives.
Save lives. Again.
And why was I called here?
How should I know? I was just ordered to bring you...
It's been a while since I was last at an FBI office. If anything happens to me, I'll make sure they know about you.
Dr. Kimishima!
You won't accept? No matter what?
I refuse. I'm a doctor, not one of your little agents.
You're a master surgeon who can't operate anymore. I wish I didn't have to resort to threats, Miss Kimishima. Let me remind you that you are only free on plea bargain. You still suffer from the disease you gave yourself. You don't have that many cards left to play at this point.
The affected areas that were inoculated have been extracted. But please don't forget. The genes imprinted in your cells will remain with you. I'll come up with a plan too. Please, stay alive till then.
I don't have a choice, do I? Let's talk business.
Here's the intel. The agency thanks you for your cooperation.
Hey, Naomi? It's me, Gabe.
Took you a while. Did you receive the biopsy sample?
Yeah, I did. We had a patient here with the same condition.
My bad feelings come true then. Did the operation go well?
Yeah, the patient made it. I called in a special surgeon.
I see. And the cause of it all? Could it be an epidemic?
I can't say. Like you, I'm getting a bad feeling here. boys. Try and get over here as soon as possible.
Well, all right.
You're Dr. Kimishima of CIFM, right? I'm with the Gossip. I hear you're helping the FBI with some difficult cases.
I'm not involved.
Come on, don't be like that. Is it true you can hear the dead? Why were you at the FBI today? Is it about the bombings?
What a mess. The media doesn't know what discretion is.
Indeed. It's as if they revel in the deaths of innocents.
Dr. Kimishima, the corpse has arrived.
What's with those clothes?
Oh, there's some camera crews outside, so Dr. Kimishima, hey, wait up!
The mysterious raging bomber, the focus of public attention. When people die, they become things. But...
What could this be?
the voice. He was cut off. Didn't he even have a chance to see his death coming? A death like this must leave you unsatisfied. All right. I'll find the malice lurking in the dark. Huh. You're late, little guy. Hurry up and get ready.
You're the one who left me behind.
That's because of your foolishness. Tell me the facts.
All right. The case this time is the series of bombings lately.
I gathered this is about the raging bomber, correct?
Yes, he calls his victims first and has killed 3 so far. A politician, an entertainer, and now an athlete.
I see. And there are no clues? No wonder the FBI's panicking.
Ouch. That's harsh. But I can't argue against it. This body is the former Aiden Posner, a tennis player. Since the First Lady is coming to Portland in a few days, we need this case solved ASAP.
So this isn't for the people who live here. How noble.
It's not like that. It's in everyone's best interest.
Huh. In any event, what do we know about the case?
We have items left at the scene and his manager's testimony. We also have a record of the call before the bombing.
Right. Let's check everything. We might find a clue. I'm not going to sympathize or have pity on you. But I will see that you get the farewell you deserve. Let's begin. Show me how your flame is extinguished.
Yes, I'm all right. I've calmed down now. Yes, I'd heard that the next target would be an athlete, but I never imagined Aiden would be murdered. We just had the security on his home increased, after all. He didn't want to do it, but I convinced him. Yes, the more famous you are, the more danger you're exposed to. On the day it happened, I was going to go over some arrangements with him. I called him about an hour before. He seemed to be perfectly normal then. When I parked in front of his house, it suddenly exploded. Huge flames just burst out of the windows. It was so sudden. I thought that there had been a gas leak or something and that I had to rescue him. I managed to force the door open and I saw him on the floor. I frantically pulled him out by his legs, but time I got him out of the house, he wasn't breathing anymore.
Dr. Kimishima, did you review the testimony recording? Oh, by the way, about the manager. There's almost no chance that she's the culprit.
How do you figure that?
We've done a complete background check on her, and her home has been searched thoroughly. Based on that, I'd say that we can trust her testimony.
Is that so? So, is the bomber a magician then?
Huh?
According to the manager's testimony, the victim's security was perfect. How did this so-called revolutionary plant the bomb in his house, arm it, and time the explosion perfectly to kill the victim?
Good question. The only thing we can say about this bomber is that the victims were killed by bombs.
Well, let's continue investigating then. It's my job to solve cases like this. He disgusts me.
This murder is just a game to him. Sick bastard. Well, it's not like we're ones to talk.
Have you forgotten our promise, little guy?
Oh, right. I'm talking about the past. Sorry.
So, was the voice on the phone processed at all?
We've run a spectrographic analysis on the voice from the recording. It doesn't look like there's any audio manipulation being applied to the voice. Cocky bastard.
I see. So that's the revolutionary's real voice, is it? If that's true, then we can tell that he's... That was a young man's voice. He also gave us an advance notice of the next bombing. He said that his next target would be... That's right, a Caucasian male. That's a little vague.
No kidding. We're doing what we can to narrow down possible targets.
Huh, good. We don't want any more deaths from this maniac's hands. This wound is likely from the impact of the explosion. Studying the pattern of these wounds may help us determine how far the victim was from the explosion. This piece of metal is lodged in the corpse's body. This is probably because... Right. The force from an explosion can turn almost anything into a deadly projectile. We'll need to look at this later to find out just what it is, though. The epidermis on the hand has thickened stratum corneum. This indicates repeated application of pressure, friction, or force to this area, a condition commonly known as a callus. If I recall correctly, his occupation was... Ah, yes, he was a tennis player. This means that his dominant hand was... If I recall... Ah, yeah. Right. This, along with the musculature on the arm, suggests he was right-handed. What is this? There's some kind of substance on his finger. It's peculiar that it's there. Further research may tell us more. What's this substance, little guy?
Give me a moment. I'd assume it's something that was carbonized by the blast. Huh. No, wait.
What's the matter?
Well, This isn't soot or a remnant of something that had been burned.
Then what is it?
If I were to make a decision based on what I see here, it's carbon dust.
Carbon dust? Why would something like that be on the victim?
I thought you'd ask that, but, well, I don't have a clue.
Tell me why they hired you again?
Hey, people don't just run into carbon dust in their daily lives. Using it as a component in a bomb is unusual too. Honestly, I just don't know.
Oh well. Let's just keep this fact in mind for later then. Hey, little guy. I need something looked at.
Okay. This? It's a piece of steel pipe. You can find this anywhere. What do you need me to check?
It was lodged in Aiden's corpse, probably propelled by the blast.
I see. I'll perform a chromatographic scan on it then.
Please do.
This...
Have you found anything out?
There's black powder on it. It was probably used as the propellant in the explosion.
I see. If that's the case, then that piece of metal is... Yes, it's most likely part of the bomb that killed the victim. Black powder and a steel pipe. We're one step closer to finding out how this bomb was made. Can I bother you, little guy? I want to know more about these wounds.
Sure. The wounds spread in a radial pattern. Looking at the angles, it seems that they're centered on the abdomen.
In an explosion, the shockwave travels in a sphere from the point of origin. Of course, parts of the bomb and the surrounding materials are caught up in the shockwave. The wounds on the body indicate this radial pattern. If the bomb did in fact cause these wounds, the bomb must have been... Yes. It would have been very close, within a meter of the victim. In other words, the bomb was right in front of the victim when it went off.
Yikes. I'd never want that to happen to me. Dr. Kimishima, another corpse has arrived.
Another one? What are you talking about?
The newest victim. There was another bombing.
The raging bomber again?
Yes, apparently. The corpse is in the autopsy room. Please investigate it when you have time.
All right, I'll look at it right away. The fourth one. How many more will there be by the time this is all over? I can't hear anything. So he died before he was able to say anything about his death. The corpse has obvious lacerations and burns caused by the explosion. These wounds look very similar to the ones found on Aiden's corpse. This requires further investigation. There's something on the fingertip. I've seen this somewhere before. Now, where was that? Yes, I noticed this on the third victim, Aiden Posner, as well. There's something a little different about this, though. It's... Yes, Aiden had it on a different part of his hand. The substance on Aiden's hand was... That's right. It was on the little finger of his right hand. I should have these compared to see if they're the same substance. I'm listening.
Let's see. The victim is Stephen Eldred. He's 20 years old and is a student at a local college.
And a Caucasian male, as in the bomber's warning.
Yes, but we still don't know if this is the revolutionaries doing or not.
Well, finding out shouldn't make us any happier. It's another life lost.
Right. This might sound a little morbid, but we got lucky with this explosion. It didn't cause any fires or structural damage, so the crime scene is more or less intact. This gives us a better opportunity to find out who did it, no matter who it was.
Huh, that's true. The more information we can get, the better. Investigating the crime scene and the corpse may help us progress in the investigation.
Right. I've sent all the information we have right now to your computer. I'll have HQ get us a recording of the original bomb threat, too.
Please do. I'm going to continue investigating.
What's this?
This was found on the fourth victim's corpse. Can you see if this is the same substance that was found on Aiden's hand?
Sure, it'll just take a moment. This is carbon dust, too. There's no mistaking it.
I thought as much. Huh. Yes, these two can be put together. They both have carbon dust on their fingertips, but there's something quite different between the two of them. That is... Yes, the substance was on Aiden's right hand, but on Stephen's left. So many similarities and one difference. This bothers me a little. Hey, little guy, there's something I want to ask you.
Yes?
Did you know the victim at all before the bombing?
No, I've never seen him before.
I thought so. That makes this a little odd.
Odd how?
The revolutionary did give advance notice about his next target. Still, the victim this time is obviously different from his previous ones.
What's different about him?
It's... That's it. a politician, a celebrity, and an athlete. All the other victims up until now were in the public eye. This bombing killed an ordinary college student with no notoriety at all.
That's true now that you mention it.
Perhaps this was a copycat crime after all. Or perhaps, has the raging bomber changed his modus operandi?
We might be wrong to assume that. Maybe the reasoning behind his previous victims wasn't that they were famous.
In any case, we have to continue investigating. Keep finding out whatever you can. Let me know if you learn anything.
Understood. I'll do that.
I need these wounds analyzed, little guy.
Okay, let's see. Radially expanding wounds. It's very similar to Aiden's injuries, though the explosion itself seems a little smaller.
If the wounds are the same shape, the reason why should be obvious. These wounds can... Yes, this victim was killed by a close-range explosion as well. At first glance, it looks like the same method was used. I should compare the two to learn more. Yes, these two Aiden Posner and Stephen Eldred. The conditions of both explosions were the same, and both explosions were about the same strength. There's a good chance that these two deaths were caused by the same person after all. This room belonged to the fourth victim, Stephen Eldred. The explosion was concentrated on the right side of the room. The left side is almost untouched. Huh? What's that sound? Oh, so that's what it was. Hello?
Excuse me, but isn't this Mr. Eldred's residence?
That's correct. And you are?
Michael Lang. I'm from Loan and Taxes. If you are aware of our business model, then you must know why I'm calling.
Huh. You're a loan shark. Does that mean Stephen Eldred has a debt?
I will not divulge any of my customers' personal information. Please let Mr. Eldred know that we're trying to contact him. Well then.
Michael Lang from Loan and Taxes. Was that really a call from a loan shark? Wow, this is filthy. It appears to be a broken guitar. It seems to stand out compared to the rest of this room. Could this be the computer that the victim used? This may still have some information we can use. Let's power it up and see what there is. Odd. The screen isn't turning on. It's not accepting any input either. Could it be broken? What could this piece of metal be from? It's embedded rather deep. It was most likely launched by the force of the explosion. Hey, little guy. I need some help from you.
What are you up to now?
I'm insulted. There's somebody I need you to look into.
Is that all? That shouldn't be any problem.
Good. His name is Michael Lang. He's a loan shark.
Planning on buying a house soon?
Stop playing around. He called the victim's phone.
I see. Was it a collection call? Did the victim owe him money?
He hung up before I could find out. That's why I'm asking for your assistance.
Oh, I get it. Okay, I'll look into him.
Make sure to check whether or not he's employed at a place called Loan and Taxes. For all we know, the man who called was the bomber himself.
I'll keep that possibility in mind.
Hey, little guy.
Yes, of course. It's a piece of metal.
I collected it from the wall of the room the explosion happened in, so I thought...
Yep, it's a piece of steel pipe. It could have come from anywhere. The chromatographic scan shows traces of black powder.
Now, it's...
Yes, it's likely the same situation that occurred with Aiden's death. The analyses show that the powder and the metal are exactly the same as those found in Aiden's bombing.
I see. I get the feeling that this will work with something else that we know. These pieces of metal were found at both Aiden's and Stephen's deaths. Material analysis showed that both pieces were chemically identical. That means... Yes, it's quite likely that both pieces were cut from common steel pipes. There's something else we discovered about the metal fragments. That is... Indeed, black powder was used as the propellant for both explosions. The same components, the same metal casing. The bombs in these cases are the same type of explosive. Little guy, are you a music aficionado at all?
Huh? Why? Well, I know bits and pieces.
Maybe you might not know either. I need you to analyze this guitar.
Oh, this thing's pretty nasty. Holy...
What's with you?
Dr. Kimishima, where did you find this? Wait, more importantly, how did this happen to her?
Her? It was in the victim's room. Stephen's, that is.
Then... broken in the explosion?
Probably, yes. So what?
Son of a bitch. The raging bomber's gonna pay...
Hey, calm down. What's wrong?
I can't calm down. This guitar, it belonged to musical legend Ben Frank. Look, it's the 1955 Dagmite model. I can't believe it.
I don't understand. Is that instrument valuable?
It's beyond valuable. Finding this is a miracle. Normally, I'd have it sent to the museum immediately for safekeeping, but... Oh, damn it! What? Doesn't this get to you, Doctor?
No, not really. I mean, it's a broken guitar.
Oh, you don't understand! Listen to me. If this was ever on the market, it would go for $70,000 to $80,000. I wouldn't be surprised if bids went over $100,000.
That's impressive.
Now it's personal. Dr. Kimishima, we have to put this bastard, this killer behind bars.
Yes. Well, I agree. In any event, a guitar worth more than $100,000. That's not the kind of thing an ordinary student would be able to afford. Perhaps I should have him look at it once he's calmed down a bit. Little guy, can I borrow you for a moment?
Yes, of course. Do you need me to look at something?
Can you take a close look at this guitar?
Of course. I am a professional after all. I can be impartial.
Please do, then. What can you tell me about it?
There's not much I can say other than... Oh, wait a moment.
Found something?
Yes. It looks like this guitar was played by someone other than Ben Frank.
So what does that mean? Is the guitar a fake?
No, of course not. The scratches, the wear, everything says it's the real deal. But Ben Frank is right-handed, and this guitar has been set to be played by someone who's left-handed.
The guitar's set for a left-handed player? The difference between right and left-handed guitars is... Yes, the string order is reversed, depending on the dominant hand.
I'm surprised you knew that, Dr. Kimishima. When the thinner strings are on the right, it's for right-handed players. It's the opposite for left-handers.
The fourth victim owned this guitar. I doubt that he would lend his $100,000 guitar to anyone else. That makes it likely that Stephen Eldred was... left-handed, right. That information could prove useful. Hey, little guy, can you look at something for me?
The computer won't boot up? It was in an explosion. It's probably broken.
That doesn't really matter as long as we can get the data from the hard drive.
True. Huh. Wait a second.
Did you find something?
Yes. The computer's fine. It's not starting up because it's locked.
Is there any way to unlock it?
Well, we could try to force our way in, though there's a chance it'll wipe itself and we'll lose the data. It seems the victim was using voice authentication software.
Voice authentication? So it'll only start up using the owner's voice?
Yes, but it belonged to Stephen Eldred.
So it'll never start up again. These two may lead us to learn something new. The third victim, Aiden Posner, the callus on his palm is proof of his dominant arm. That would mean he was... Correct. He was right-handed. The fourth victim, Stephen Eldred, his guitar tells us which is his dominant hand. That would be his... Yes, the guitar had been strung for a left-handed player. The famous musician the guitar belonged to was right-handed. If anyone were to change the strings, it would be the current owner. Thus, we can reason that Stephen Eldred was himself left-handed. I wonder if this difference will be any help in this investigation. I think these may help us get closer to solving the mystery. Both the third and fourth victims had carbon dust on their fingers. But the locations of the dust are the major difference between them. On the other hand, we've learned about a difference between Aiden and Stephen. The two victims had different dominant hands. From these two facts, we can tell that the carbon dust was... Indeed, it was on each victim's dominant hand. I think we've gotten a little closer to figuring out the meaning behind the carbon dust. There is something we can deduce using this information. The raging bomber is believed to have been responsible for 4 bombings. Of the 2 cases that I've been investigating, the third and fourth victims, both bombs were made of a metal pipe and used black powder. Also, the wounds on the victims have another similarity. That is, yes, the wounds on the bodies help us determine the strength of the explosions. It turns out that both corpses had almost the exact same wounds. Materials, propellants, power. They all point to the idea that the 2 bombs were virtually identical. Another similarity in the 2 cases is the victim's distance from the bomb. Both Aiden and Stephen had been... Yes, both of them were very close to the bombs when they went off. Same bomb, same delivery method. This all draws us to a logical conclusion that... Indeed. It seems safe to think that these 2 murders were the work of the same person. What man? Who are you talking about?
Oh, Michael Lang. He really does work for Loan and Taxes.
So that is a real company. Is that his real name?
Yes, though what he does is barely considered legal.
Huh. If that's the case, is there the slightest chance that he's the bomber?
I don't know about that. I'll send you the recording of his interrogation anyway. Please listen to it when you have time.
Got it. Even if he isn't the culprit, he can at least tell us more about the victim. There's no reason to not listen to what he had to say.
Yes, that's correct. I'm his financial agent. He's dead. That's a problem. If that's true, our company will be gravely affected. And see, he's dead. that's true, our company will be gravely affected. It seems you don't know, but Mr. Eldred, he owes us $100,000, including interest, of which he has paid $25,000, leaving $75,000. The Raging Bomber. Well, I've seen the name in the news. This will be problematic. I'll have to take on the debt then. We extremely regret having to hear about something like this. Yes, it's true that we issue unsecured loans. Still, there's no reason to loan money to people with no means of repaying that debt. In all honesty, Mr. Eldred agreed to make a down payment of $10,000 for the loan. Not only did he make that initial payment, he paid $5,000 the first month and another $10,000 the next. His source of income? I'm sorry, but our consumer financial group does not surge within other people's private concerns. Yes, we did loan $100,000 to Mr. Eldred. This was based on the assumption that he could repay the loan. We killed Mr. Eldred? You must be joking. If we killed off our customers, we'd never reclaim what was owed to us. I'd say that we take a much more pragmatic approach. We killed...
Oh, Dr. Kimishima, I have additional information about Michael Lang. He's a veteran loan shark who's been working with loan and taxes for the past 12 years.
I see. It looks like we'll need to do some investigating into the victim as well.
You mean Stephen Eldred?
Right. He doesn't fit the pattern of the previous bombing victims. For example... Right. He's the only one who wasn't particularly well known. Why would the bomber target him at all? If we can figure out why, I think we'll see a great deal of progress in this case. There's more to it than that, though. The victim himself made some unanswered questions. According to Michael Lang, the man from Loan and Taxes, Stephen was $100,000 in debt. The reason for that is... that's a likely possibility. The value and the amount he owes fit together. Still, how can an ordinary student get such a substantial loan? The reason must be because... Concentrate. Indeed, there was a deposit made to his account, a large one of unknown origin. That was why the loan shark accepted his means of repaying the debt. This led to Stephen being loaned the $100,000. The more we investigate, the cloudier the truth gets.
Dr. Kimishima? Can you hear me?
I'm listening. What is it?
I've asked for another recording from HQ.
A recording of what?
That revolutionary guy. I thought it might be of some use to us. I ordered a copy of the announcement he made before Aiden Posner was killed.
I see. I'll check it out.
What? Am I being recorded? Oh man, this sucks. I'm embarrassed that you're taping my voice. Doesn't matter anyway, though. You'll never catch me. I mean, that singer died because you morons are so incompetent. You can't stop me. Do the ignorant masses out there hear that? Here's a little hint. Next up is...
tell you. Think about it yourselves. And... oh, never mind. Well then... oh, never... oh, never mind. Well then, good luck!
Little guy.
Yes? What is it?
I've listened to the revolutionary's statement. Did anything strike you as odd?
Odd? Odd like how?
Huh. Maybe I'm just imagining things. It just seems strange to me.
Huh. I didn't notice anything.
All right. I'll listen to it again and pay close attention.
Here's a little... Here...
Yes, this is the place. It sounds like he was rushed at the end of his statement. I wonder why. I wonder what was happening. We need to figure out what was going on at that moment. Hey, little guy, what's your opinion on this?
It does seem like something caught his attention and he wanted to finish quickly.
Why would he do that? Can we think of any possibilities?
Maybe someone interrupted him? Or he spilled coffee on his desk?
There's no way to prove those, though. We need evidence of some kind.
Well, let's check the spectrogram of the recording. I'll put emphasis on the background and reprocess it to make background noise easier to hear.
Yes, that would be helpful. Send me the revised recording when you're done.
All right. You'll find the data in the recorder.
Good. Let's listen to it again, and be aware for anything going on in the background. That sound. I've heard it somewhere before. I think it was... That's right. That's the same sound as Stephen Eldred's phone. What does that mean, though? Why is the fourth victim's phone heard in the background of the revolutionary's threat? Stephen Eldred, the fourth victim, had been periodically receiving large deposits from an unknown source. The voice we hear in the recording of the revolutionary was not digitally altered. A distinctive sound, like the victim's phone, can be heard in the background of the recording. The most likely answer we can deduce from these facts is that... That's right. The fourth victim, Stephen Eldred. He was the revolutionary. Little guy, I'm borrowing the recorder.
Where are you going, Dr. Kimishima?
I'm going back to the revolutionaries' room. There's something I want to confirm.
Hey, Dr. Kimishima!
The analysis says this computer should be voice-activated. It used to belong to the fourth victim who lived here. If that person really was the revolutionary...
Hello? Hey! You listening? It's the revolutionary!
So it's true. Show yourself, raging bomber.
Dr. Kimishima, where are you right...
He got me. The bomber's someone else.
Huh? What do you mean?
We've got to start the investigation over from scratch. Tell headquarters not to let their guard down. Ugh, I've been completely fooled. How could I let this happen?
Hello, Naomi. It's me.
Yes. Hello, Alyssa. What's wrong?
You don't look happy. Did something happen?
It's nothing. I'm all right.
Really? Come on. I'm your friend. I gotta help you out.
Thank you. You're a very kind little girl.
Excuse me, can I bother you for a moment?
Of course. How may I help you?
Do you know where I can drop a delivery for Dr. Kimishima?
I'm Kimishima. I'll take it.
Really? Perfect timing. Here's your package.
Gabe? I wonder if it's the test results.
Oh, can you sign here, please?
This is pretty low-tech. What happened to the digital pads?
I'm sorry, mine's broken right now. Anyway, thanks.
Did you get something? Who's it from?
Yes, it's from a friend of mine.
Wow! Look, Naomi! A fantastic teddy bear! It's so cute!
That's right. But why would he send me this? Carbon dust. Don't tell me. Alyssa? Alyssa! Alyssa! Alyssa!
Dr. Kimishima! No, stay down!
Let go of me! It's my fault! She won't last long. I don't care where. Just find a place.
There's no choice. It's far, but I'm heading for Resurgam.
Just a little while longer. Hang in there, Alyssa. Yes, please do. Well then. Alyssa. No, don't go off. She's going to live. She has to live. Please, Alyssa. You've got to live.
Don't worry. I promise that I'll save her.
It stopped.
He certainly is an enigma, isn't he? He only recently arrived here. He's been through a lot. There's no need to worry. He'll definitely save Alyssa.
Definitely?
Yes, and we'll do our best too. Besides, if you keep looking so sad, Alyssa will surely laugh at you. Oh, Dr. Kimishima, where are you going?
You're absolutely right. Right now, I don't even deserve to be laughed at by her. I'll leave this to all of you. Alyssa, I'll be back. It's Naomi.
Dr. Kimishima, are you all right?
Take it down a notch, little guy. Talk to me.
Excuse me. I was worried.
It's okay. Has the FBI contacted you? I want information.
Right, yes. I've made arrangements to have it sent to us.
Great. Send a helicopter over to take me back. You won't get away. I swear I'll catch you.
Dr. Kimishima, are you really all right?
I'm fine. Let's sort out what's happening. Any new information?
Well, about that, we couldn't find any usable clues from the scene. We did obtain the signed delivery form, but...
Go on.
Right. Only your prints and the delivery persons were found. Here.
Huh. You amaze me. You still don't get it, do you?
What do you mean?
Do you really think there aren't any clues to the bomber?
Did you figure something out?
Of course I did. That's why I'm here. Why are you being so quiet all of a sudden?
No, it's nothing. It's just that...
Just what?
It's like the old Dr. Kimishima I knew is finally back.
That's enough of that, Agent. There's no time to lose. Little guy, let's go over the information that we have so far.
Right.
The revolutionary, Stephen Eldred, was not, in fact, the raging bomber.
That's right. The real bomber placed an explosive inside a stuffed animal, and then sent it to you, Dr. Kimishima. Let's trace the delivery back to its source immediately. Find out where that package came from. We'll find the bomber, and then...
There's no need for that.
Huh? Why?
Don't you think there's someone much more suspicious?
Who?
I believe that the person who is most likely to be the bomber is... Indeed. The person who delivered the package is most suspicious.
Then the raging bomber personally handed you the bomb? Isn't that too dangerous?
I have proof. I got carbon dust on my hand when I signed for the delivery. That's because the delivery person said that the digital pad was broken. Aiden and Steven, the other victims that we examined, both of them also had carbon dust on their fingers.
I see. That explains why the carbon was only on their dominant hands.
Yes. In other words, the bomber killed the other two victims in the same way that I was targeted. The fact that the delivery person was female also points toward her culpability.
What do you mean?
Don't you get it? Let me ask you this then. How did the bomber hide her true identity? She hired Stephen Eldred to make the bomb threats for her. But even this was a trap. That's because... Yes, she let Stephen's voice go out unprocessed on purpose.
What? So the bomber wanted us to think...
Everything she did was an act, and we were fooled. We were all led to believe that the raging bomber was a young man.
I see. If that woman is the bomber, then it all makes sense.
Indeed. On the other hand, there's another mystery that we can't solve just yet. That is... Yes. The bomber was using the revolutionary character as a cover to protect herself. Why, then, would she kill him? Little guy.
Huh? What?
What happened to Alyssa's house?
Oh, unfortunately it completely burned. Then the building collapsed. It's useless as a potential crime scene now.
I see. Then I'm going to investigate the revolutionaries' room one more time.
Again?
Yes, but now I know what I'll be seeing. You look into those deposits.
The ones into Stephen Eldred's accounts? Okay, I'll get started on that right away.
I'm going to catch her. That's my only way to atone for what happened. I've investigated this room before. I can't just rush around now and expect to find new information. What we need now is more information about the raging bomber. If the same method was used to deliver the bomb here as was used to get the other bomb to me, the area with the most clues would be... This is a human hair. It's about 40 centimeters long. No, it couldn't possibly be the revolutionaries. This needs further investigation. Here it is, the delivery form. If the bomber did send this, there's a chance that this form has some important evidence. That would be... Right. We may be able to lift some fingerprints from it. Can you tell me anything about this hair, little guy?
Sure, give me a moment.
What's the matter?
Well, this hair is dyed black, but it's actually a red hair.
Red hair. Can you tell if it belonged to the bomber?
No, I'd need some DNA from the bomber to compare it to.
Of course. But there's a good chance that this hair does belong to the bomber.
Huh? Why's that?
This is hardly conclusive evidence, but here's something you may not know, little guy. Only 2 to 3% of people in this country are true redheads. It isn't a common color at all.
So, how is this related to this case?
Think about it. That hair's been dyed, hasn't it?
Right, but...
If that hair is the bomber's, as I suggest, what reason would she have to dye it?
It would be...
That's right. Having red hair is an obvious identifying feature. If there happened to be any witnesses, her identity would be easy to discover. Isn't it plausible to think that this might be why the bomber would dye her hair black?
I see. That hypothesis does make sense. The dye used seems to be a temporary coloring agent as well.
So the dye is meant to be washed out. If that's the case, she could change her hair color with every delivery to create conflicting witness accounts. That would make her hair part of her costume as well.
Yes, but until we can prove that hair belongs to her, this is all just speculation.
I know. We need something to match her DNA with in order to do that. It's a decent theory, anyway. Let's keep gathering what information we can.
Got it. I'll let you know immediately if anything else comes up.
I found this. Can you analyze it, little guy?
Huh. A delivery receipt. Don't tell me.
It's very likely. It hadn't even crossed my mind until now.
Right. I'll send it to the lab, so it'll take a while. Dr. Kimishima, the results of the analysis on that delivery form have come in.
Did they find anything?
Sure did. There were 2 sets of fingerprints on the paper. One of them is Stephen Eldred, a revolutionary. He'd be the recipient. The other set belongs to somebody else. Well, common sense dictates that they'd have to belong to...
Let's not start jumping to any conclusions. We need to find out who left those fingerprints. Yes, those 2 can be placed together. Little guy, could I bother you for a moment?
Yes, of course. What is it?
I want you to look at the fingerprints on the delivery form Stephen and I were presented with. Compare any prints you find that don't belong to either Stephen Eldred or myself.
No problem. I'll just be a moment.
What did you find? Are there any matches?
A complete match. There's no mistake. These are from the same person.
Good. This is proof of another important fact. Both forms have 2 sets of prints. One from the recipient, and another from... That's right. The other set of prints is from the person who delivered the package. If the fingerprints match on both forms, then the person who delivered the bomb to the revolutionary was...
Dr. Kimishima, it turns out that this woman...
Let me guess. She doesn't exist, right?
Right. We've contacted all the delivery companies that work in this area. None of them can confirm having an employee that fits our description. And of course, none of them have any records of a package being sent to you that day either. Do you think the woman making the deliveries is the raging bomber?
I can't be sure yet. She might be another person being used like the revolutionary was. We'll figure that out as we continue with the investigation.
Right. In any case, we'll need to keep that woman in mind.
How about the fingerprints? Did you compare them to anything in the FBI's criminal database?
Of course I ran them through the system. No matches, though. If that woman is the raging bomber, then she's a complete newbie.
That's an awful thought. Someone with no criminal record at all, and she's already killed 4 people with these bombs.
That seems to be the case. This might turn out to be one tough murder spree to end. As long as she doesn't blow you up, it'll be okay.
You might want to avoid saying things like that in the future.
Sorry. Anyway, we've figured out how she was delivering the bombs.
Yes, let's try summarizing what we know of the events in this case. First, the bomber prepared a bluff to hide behind while she committed the crimes. That bluff was... Yes, the revolutionary, Stephen Eldred. The bomber had Eldred make the bomb threats over the phone. She had him use his own voice with absolutely no processing to attempt to conceal it. Because of this, the bomber misled us into believing that the killer was male.
On the other hand, the bomber used the names of people close to the targets to send the packages. She did that to make her targets feel less suspicious about the deliveries, right?
Yes. All the bombs were set to explode in close proximity to the target. It's likely that what triggered the explosion would have been... Indeed, if the bomb was set to go off when the package was opened, it would explain the wound patterns. Still, that's not what she did in my case. She used a time bomb for me.
That does seem odd now that you bring it up. Why would she do that?
It makes a lot of sense if you think about it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't you get it? It's because... Let me ask you, investigator, if someone assisting the FBI appears in a tabloid, what's your by-the-book response?
We'd increase security around you to prevent the killer from striking at you.
Exactly. In fact, the security at CIFM was heavier than usual. The bomber had to be sure that I would be killed by the blast. If there had been a baggage screening at the entrance and the lid was opened there, she predicted that her present would never reach me.
I see. So that's why the package didn't go off the moment it was opened.
Yes. And she even put a note inside the package. She wanted to ensure that I would be near the bomb when it went off. If it wasn't for Alyssa, I would have been.
She's a tough one.
This is the kind of mind we're dealing with. The question remains, was the woman who delivered the package the bomber or not?
From the evidence we have, she's definitely the most suspicious character at this point. Still, this whole thing about taking such a risk to deliver the bombs herself. And if she was the bomber, would the revolutionary have noticed before he was killed?
That's possible. However, that would only happen if the revolutionary knew her face.
Huh?
Think about what happened in Eldred's room. The bomber sent her messages via the computer. Perhaps the revolutionary only knew the bomber from the internet.
Still, would somebody really deal with someone they've never even seen?
Our technology gets better and better, but people can remain as naive as the day they were born. But why did the bomber kill the revolutionary in the first place?
Oh, I had something to report. I almost forgot.
Can you not suddenly yell like that?
Yeah, sorry. It's about the revolutionary. We looked into his financial records. It seems there were periodic deposits into his accounts. These deposits perfectly coincide with another series of events.
Really? Let me guess. It was...
Absolutely correct, Dr. Kimishima.
Of course I am. Continue.
Oh, yes. There were a total of 4 deposits. All of them were made around the same dates as the bomb threats. $5,000 for the first 3 times, and $10,000 for the 4th time.
The last one was double the others?
Oh, yes, there's no doubt about it.
After that deposit was made, the bomber targeted the one who made the threats for her. Could the change in the amount of money be related to the revolutionary's killing? True. We might be able to deduce something from these. I don't like to conjecture much, but I could try making some inferences. The revolutionary was receiving periodic deposits of large sums of money. It's most likely that whoever was making these deposits was... Indeed. I believe that it would have been the bomber herself who was using the revolutionary. In exchange, the revolutionary performed a service for the bomber, which was... Yes. The bomber paid him in advance to make the phone calls to deliver the bomb threats. But, according to Little Guy's information, there were 4 deposits. The last deposit was very different from the rest. That difference was... Yes. The amount of money was double the previous deposits. Now, what could explain this sudden increase in the payment amount? That's possible. Human avarice knows no bounds. It's possible that the revolutionary thought that he had an upper hand on the bomber. Using that, he may have tried to blackmail the bomber over his part in her plot. The fool. There is a plausible reason why he would demand an increase in his reward. That's right. He took out a loan in order to pay for the expensive guitar in his room. There's no way to know whether his arrangement with the bomber began before or after buying the guitar. But even so, nobody wants to live in fear of debt collectors. Still, any perceived dominance he had over the bomber would have been an error. I doubt the bomber even thought twice about murdering him. She seems like the type who is absolutely merciless to anyone who gets in her way. But the bomber did make one payment for more than the original amount. The reason for that must be... How could I do that? How could I do that? the revolutionary, after being paid twice his usual amount, made the fourth bomb threat. However, he wouldn't have known that he himself was the target of that threat. The bomber's clever. She had the foresight to make the fourth bomb threat before killing Eldred. Without that, HQ and I would have immediately noticed that something was different. She created this diversion to hide her intentions, making Eldred's murder seem like just another attack by the raging bomber. This is all starting to bring one more conclusion to light. It's Little Guy. Did he find something out?
Oh, Dr. Kimishima. Thank heavens I could reach you.
Calm down. What's the matter?
We've made some progress into those deposits paid to the Revolutionary. All 4 of them were made from a bank near Higgins Beach.
Higgins Beach? That's not far. What about the security footage? Was the bomber seen by any of the cameras?
It's no use. We've checked them all, but there's no conclusive footage we can identify.
I see. It's all right, though. I know for sure that we're closing in on the bomber. We've gathered quite a lot of information now. If some of the facts we know are put together, maybe... Then she would have left footprints at the entrance. Stephen was the revolutionary and was male. If the delivery person was female, her footprints would definitely be different. Let's look for footprints that differ from Stephen's. Yes, this footprint is definitely different in size and pattern from the others. Let's collect this print and send it for analysis. Hey, little guy,
All right, hang on a moment, please. I see.
Did you discover anything?
Yes, the footprint is 27 centimeters in length, so we should expect this person to be between 170 to 180 centimeters tall.
The woman who delivered the bomb to me was about that tall.
I see. Oh, I've also compared the pattern on the print to the FBI's shoe print.
Great. Can you narrow it down to a specific store?
Well, there aren't that many stores that carry this brand, but it's still over 100. I can narrow it down, but it's going to take some time and a lot of effort.
Well, do the best you can. I'm going to keep investigating.
Understood. I'll contact you once I found anything out.
Yes, these facts can tell us something new. One of the footprints found in Eldred's room wasn't his. The type of shoe is sold in over 100 stores. It'll take us time to narrow down where it came from. On the other hand, let's consider the deposits that we believe the bomber made to the revolutionary. The 4 deposits were all made from a single bank near Higgins Beach. One fair assumption we can make based on these facts is that that was careless. How could I do that? That's right. If we search for stores that sell these particular shoes near Higgins Beach, we'll at least narrow down the number of stores that we have to investigate. Hey, little guy.
Sure, what is it?
I need you to search for stores in the Higgins Beach area that sell shoes matching that footprint.
That would be more efficient than checking out all 100 stores.
Can you get on this right now? The sooner we do this, the better.
Got it. I'll search through the database we have on hand. Huh.
Well, how many stores fit the criteria?
One. Dr. Kimishima, only one store.
Amazing. Can you search through their sales records?
I'll try.
We're following your tracks. If this store has the records we need...
Dr. Kimishima, I've accessed the security camera footage from when the shoes were purchased.
Good. Run it through your profiling algorithms and let's search for these parameters. First is her gender. The person we're searching for is... Right. Our most probable suspect at this point is a woman.
Okay. Next, what about her age?
Let's see, she would be... How could I do that? Well, we can't say anything for sure about that.
All right, what about her nationality?
We can't say anything about that either.
All right, how about her height?
Right. We suspect that she's between 170 and 180 centimeters tall.
Ah, I remember now. Were there any other distinguishing features about the person we're searching for?
The characteristic that would stand up... Ah, that's right. She supposedly has red hair.
Okay then, I'll start searching for people under these conditions. But we don't have any substantial proof that the delivery person is the bomber.
That's right. We're going to have to work based off of assumptions right now. If we're wrong, we'll learn why we're wrong. We just have to keep going, little by little.
True enough. Huh?
What's the matter?
We have a hit, Dr. Kimishima.
Someone meets the search criteria? Tell me.
Right. Just a moment.
Her name's Sandra Lieberman. She's 30 years old. She lives in Higgins Beach and bought the shoes with a credit card.
Bingo. Send me her address immediately. I'm going to go and check myself. I'll know if it's her if I can see her face.
Right. Dr. Kimishima, please be careful, all right? There's no telling that the bomber's not going to be...
He's such a worrier. Still, I have to go there for myself. This address is what we think might be the... I should make sure I'm ready for anything, just in case.
Welcome, Corpse Whisperer. Sorry I can't be there right now. Still, since you've come all this way, I have to at least entertain you. You should see 4 bombs before you. They will all explode in 10 minutes. Calling the cell phone attached to each bomb will deactivate it. The numbers are 8 digits each. Of course, those numbers are a secret. There are hints in the room you're in. Now, crawl on your knees in desperate search. If you can deactivate all 4 bombs, you win. If you don't, you die. I'm on my way to give a wonderful present to the world's most famous lady. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? I sent you the same present. Now, let's begin the game. The first bomb's hint is those letters nearby. Try to turn KQJQ into an 8-digit number. Don't get it? Close the curtains and think slowly. This is our second dance.
I can't believe I fell for that. The door's locked. Of course, if I try to force it open, it's obvious what will happen. There isn't much time left. Even if I called for backup, they wouldn't make it.
Dr. Kimishima, are you all right?
I'm fine. I've determined the bomber's identity.
Huh? Then it's...
Yes, Sandra Lieberman is the raging bomber.
I'll send for backup immediately.
Hey, calm down, little guy.
But...
Put out an APB on her across the entire state. Set checkpoints on the major highways. Check all stores she might use and monitor her ID and credit cards.
Right. What about you, Doctor? What are you doing?
Little guy, a woman has to keep a little mystery.
Huh? Okay.
Don't worry. I'll head over there soon.
Understood. Just try not to do anything reckless, please.
Right. Well then. Now I'm alone with you. 4 bombs, 4 phones. Which one of us is going to come out of this the winner? The hint for the first bomb is KQJQ. Let's begin this ridiculous, fatal charade. Make KQJQ into an 8-digit... Alright, let's begin. An 8-digit number for KQJQ would be... That's right. In a suit of cards, K is for king, Q for queen, and J for jack. The first bomb's been deactivated. Let's move on to the next.
Oh, you solved my first bomb. Was that a little too easy? I think you understand the rules by now. Let's get to the second bomb. Here's another hint for you. I've tried to deactivate it from a phone in this room once. That's my hint. I've left an essential question on the mirror. I hope you come to see it, too.
What did she mean? There's a phone in the corner. The bomber must have used this phone to deactivate the bomb before. She also mentioned the mirror. The bomber said she left a question in the mirror, but I'll have to solve one problem at a time. I hope you come to see it. The bomber must have written this on the mirror with her finger. Let's see what this says. The sum of the first 4 is 5. They are led by the largest. The sum of the last 4 is 11. The smallest leads. What are they? So those are talking about the first 4. Those clues alone aren't enough to... The only fingerprints are on the 1, 2, and 3 buttons. That means... Using the hint... Do I know? Alright, using the... That's right. If I use only the numbers 1, 2, and 3, this is the only possible solution. The bomb has been deactivated. Moving on to the next.
Good, you've deactivated the second one. The next hint is scattered about the room, like the stars themselves. Could you find all of them? Think about how they're arranged as well. Bye-bye. I wish you good luck.
Scattered about the room, like the stars themselves? What is that supposed to mean? This isn't going to be easy. The hints are scattered across the room, like the stars themselves. This poster seems to have been put up recently. There must be some reason for it. The hints are scattered across. Can I deactivate? Patience, Naomi. The hints are scattered across the room. This poster seems to have been put up recently. There must be some reason for it. It's one of the hints, written in blood. It's a symbol, along with the number 6. There's some kind of... This must be a... A hint left by the bomber. It's a marking. This was written. It's some kind of song. There's a hint here. There's a symbol. This must be one of the hints. It's a hint, a mark. I see. The marks next to the numbers are the planet's astronomical symbols. If that's the Cape, Hints are scattered across. Can I deactivate? All right. Then let's begin. The numbers scatter. Yes. If I use the order of the planets to enter the numbers, I'll have the answer. That's the third bomb. Let's keep going.
Huh. Amazing. I went through all this trouble and only one bomb remains. But how about the last problem? I'll test your calculation skills. Imagine 2 rows of numbers, similar yet different. 7 on one side is 1 on the other. 3 on one is 9 on the other, but 5 remains 5. Now then, what would 89476231 be? Oh, yes, I've left a calculator for you near the 4th bomb. Use it as you wish. Now hop to it.
Test my calculation. She said that there was a 7 is 1, 3 is 9, but 5 is 5. There has to be some pattern, similar yet different. 2 rows. What did the bombers? Perhaps the. All right, 2 rows of numbers. That's the. That's right. The numbers on a calculator are arranged differently than the numbers on a phone. I've deactivated all the explosives the bomber was talking about.
Bravo. It looks like I lose. In the end, all my bombs were deactivated. All right, I'll open the door. Do as you please from there. Bon voyage, Corpse Whisperer.
The raging bomber admitted defeat? Really? Would she be that honorable? The door does seem to be unlocked, but this seems too simple. I don't trust this. I should look around a little more. Now this brings back memories. It's a metal challenge, like we had back in med school. Looks like these are questions regarding orthopedics. They're not related to this case. First question. Now this... They're not first question. This. It's the same kind of bear that was in the package meant for me. I thought as much. I know you all too well, Bomber. If I'd just opened the door right now, I'm sure that bear would have exploded. On the left is a transmitter, and on the right, the bomb. It goes off when it receives a specific signal. If I can separate the transmitter from the explosive, the bomb will be deactivated. The question is, which cable do I cut to deactivate the bomb? Only one cable reaches the bomb. That means that the rest of them are decoys. Cutting the correct line will disconnect the bomb. If I make a mistake, it's all over. There's a note underneath. It looks like a pattern regarding the cables. This is the last battle of wits between us, Raging Bomber. Let's start this. It didn't go off. I win. Raging Bomber? Or should I say, Sandra Lieberman? Your fortress of lies has collapsed. It's time to face me. Kimishima, what's the matter, little guy?
Dr. Kimishima, it's her. She's made a move.
You found the bomber? Where is she?
She's in southern New Hampshire and is headed west. We've confirmed that her credit card was used at a gas station.
A credit card?
HQ's sending helicopters in pursuit right now.
No, little guy. Recall those helicopters.
Why?
The bomber knew I was coming for her. She's obviously aware that we know her identity.
Wait, so you mean...
Calm down. What's in the direct opposite direction of the station the card was used at?
Nothing that I can see. But if you follow the road the other way, it'll lead to Portland Airport.
Portland Airport? That's it.
Huh?
Hey, little guy. Wasn't the First Lady scheduled to visit Portland soon?
Huh? That's right.
When is she arriving? Tell me.
About an hour from now.
I knew it! Tell the local police immediately.
Do you think...
I'm on my way to give a wonderful present to the world's most famous lady. The bomber meant...
Then...
The bomber is targeting the First Lady. The airport needs to be locked down right now.
Got it. I'll send bomb squads there as well.
I'll need a helicopter here, too. I'm going to that airport.
Yes, ma'am.
Raging Bomber. How many people have to die before you're finally satisfied?
The airport's locked down. The EOD squad's handling the bomb.
Where's the bomber? Have they caught her yet?
Not yet. She's holed up inside a gate with a hostage.
She's got explosives. This could turn into a catastrophe.
Alpha team, did you hear that? The target is armed with explosives. Do not engage. I repeat, do not engage until we've arrived there.
Help me! Please!
Hold it! Just calm down. And don't do anything stupid.
Everybody stay back, okay? We don't want any messy surprises.
Tell me what's going on. Any change?
It's not good. She's not willing to negotiate.
She's got the whole plane hostage. This is going to be tough.
Oh, is that you, Corpse Whisperer?
What do you want?
Did you like my present? Was it fun? I sure was excited. I heard the little girl took your place. Blasted into cute little bits. Wish I was there to see it.
You crazy bitch! Listen to me!
Unfortunately for you, the girl is going to be saved. And you will be arrested. That is how I'll atone.
I'm not going to be stopped by someone like you! Look! It's Rosalia. Rosalia will kill everyone. Me, you, everyone here will die!
Rosalia? Wait, what is that?
Something's wrong. It doesn't look good.
Rush her! Capture her! Doctor, are you all right?
Yes.
I'm taking command here. You get back to CIFM. Got it? Williams, over here. Take care of Dr. Kimishima.
Rosalia. What in the world? The bird said to the princess, "I'll help you escape."
And then, what happened to the princess?
The princess said, "Please, you have to get me away from here before the moon appears 30 times." Did you find out anything?
No. She had no connections to anyone named Rosalia.
I see. What about Alyssa? Has anyone been found to take her in?
No. It, seems that she doesn't have any living relatives.
What's going to happen to her?
Once she recovers, she'll be sent to an orphanage.
Hey, Agent.
Not a chance. HQ would never allow that.
I know, but I'm talking business here.
Business?
I've upheld my end of the deal. I want payment. Your case is solved. I want my reward to be custody of Alyssa.
Are you serious? But your health...
I know. My flame will go out at any moment. Once I'm gone, the FBI will be fully responsible for her.
Dr. Kimishima, do you really think they'll agree?
When Alyssa was about to die, I was angry with myself. I hated being powerless. I've never felt it before. I'm human. That girl is the one who finally made me realize it. I dragged her into this. I owe it to her to make her happy.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Agent. That's a nice tie you're wearing.
Sheesh. Who's the one risking his neck for this again? You know, I've always been wrapped around your little finger.
Get out. This is Resurgam First Care. You'll be operating here. The only time you'll be out of cuffs is during the operation. Remember, this is 5 years off your sentence. Questions?
None. I'm just here to do my business.
Hey there. Hank Freebird. I'm a doctor here. I'll be your support for this operation. What's your name?
His name doesn't matter. Let's keep the contact minimal. His prison number is CRS-01 if you need to call him anything.
I see. I understand.
Now get started. We'll be waiting here for you.
Well then, I'll be explaining the gist of this operation.
I'm told we'll be using an old CVR for a DCM case.
That's right. But, will you be alright?
What do you mean by that?
I heard from the man outside that you have no memories. This isn't just some way to pay a debt. A life's on the line.
You don't need to worry about that. Let's operate.
Begin the operation.
The patient's vitals are low. Get me a syringe. The green medicine is the stabilizer. All right. Injecting stable. Vitals are recovered. Next, we must open up the tube. We must disinfection complete. Beginning incision. Scalpel. All right, trace the guideline to incision complete. Starting now, the real deal. We need to find
The affected area should appear as black shadows. You found it?
Found it. The yellow vial contains the antiviral drug. All right, drug's working. Prepare the scalpel for affected area has been opened. Using the drain. Now to suture the wound.
We'll treat the myopathy first. Pull.
All right. Inside it. All right. Next, I'll need to suture the wound before it opens up again. First area has been treated. It's all going as planned.
Test did confirm multiple affected areas, though.
Don't worry. We'll find them all and treat them. All right. Drug's working. Prepare this affected area has been opened. Using the drain. Let's go. Next. All right. Next suturing incision. Prepare the sutures. Let's don't waste my time with your opinions. Let's keep going. That's all. You should get the ultrasound out of my way. It's not helpful.
What do you mean? Tell me what you're thinking.
It's a simple fact. The ultrasound can't find everything. Let's palpate the organ directly to find it.
Going to feel the areas? Would that be okay? You won't try holding your hand there for a little while longer.
I've found an abnormal area. Injecting the drug. There it is. Prepare a scalpel. Affected area has been opened. Using the drug. Let's go next. All right. Next suturing incision. Suture complete. Moving on to the next area. I've found an abnormal area. Injecting the drug. I found an affected area. Affected area has been opened. Let's close the wound before it hemorrhages again. Next. All right. Next suturing incision. Suture complete. Moving. I've found an abnormal area. Injecting the drug. Affected area has been opened. Using. What's next? All right. Next suturing incision. That should finish the treatment procedure. Now, let's close them up. Beginning the incision suturing.
Once we're done here, the operation will be over.
Get the antibiotic gel ready to cleanse the suture wound. All right, let's bandage up the incision now. Operation complete. Let this disease pass from this world.
Impressive. I never thought I'd see surgery like that.
These hands can save lives.
Impressive. I can see why you were called for.
Your opinions have nothing to do with my skills.
Looks like it worked. But I wonder if it's all right to use a procedure that's so outdated.
That was a fine operation, Doctor. Thank you.
Who is he anyway? Oh, is he a famous
I
doctor?
didn't do anything worth being thanked over.
How should I know? He does have...
I see.
Doctor, huh?
That was a fine operation, Doctor. Thank you.
Life.
Yo, kid. Came by to see what you're up to. Man, I didn't think you'd be living in a refrigerator.
Temperature's kept at 0 Celsius to reduce bacteria. And so I can't kill anyone.
Bacteria cultivation, huh? Pseudomonas, Vibrio, Micrococcus? You know, plenty of bacteria can be grown at this low temperature.
And you are?
Gabriel Cunningham. I'm in charge of the guy you worked on. I want to consult with you about something.
Consult with me?
We've got a patient with tumors similar to Kaposi's sarcoma. Skin, lungs, small intestine, they must be excised at once. How about it? You think it can be done?
There's not enough information to make a conclusion. But depending on the patient, I won't rule it out entirely.
Is that so? All right, it's decided. Let's go.
What are you talking about?
The operation. You'll be performing it on that patient.
Me?
What's wrong? That's why I came out to see you.
Please check the arterial forceps. Are all the medicines ready?
We're running late. Can you check on our transfusion supply?
I'm putting extra trays here. Where's the anesthesiologist?
Oh, come on in. You're late.
You are...
Maria Torres. I'll be assisting you this time. You've heard the details, right? Read the charts, too.
All right.
I have seen you before. Have we met?
I hear this is a tough condition to deal with.
Yeah, you're right. Let's start the operation then. The focus of this operation was tumor excision, but... Well, it's odd. Infections like this aren't all that rare. Even so, we can't pinpoint exactly what's causing them.
What do you mean? Have you done a blood analysis?
Please. Of course we did. Do you think we're stupid? Nothing showed up on the CRP, antibody titer, or WBC count. Other tests came up with nothing, too. We're stumped.
Oh, that is indeed odd.
Well, hopefully this will be an uneventful op. Let's begin.
Well then, let's begin the operation.
Gabe, that is Dr. Cunningham, says it's like Kaposi's sarcoma. Who knows what it actually is, though?
The foci show discoloration, like malignant melanoma. Let's begin by treating the skin. Prepare the laser.
Whoa!
First affected area removed. Consider it...
They're all burned off. Put antibiotics in. There aren't any more here. Let's check the intestine.
No, we're not done yet. There may be tumors under the skin here as well. I want to check the area repeat. That's it. Tumor confirmed. Cytoplasm is filling up. Now I'll excise it with a scalpel before it goes. Tumor excision complete. I'll extract it with the forceps. It's Treat the excised air.
I'll leave the tray out if you need to put
Synthetic understood. Making an incision to open the operator. Area disinfected. Making an incision.
Now, if it's the same as the skin, tumor should be here too.
First, we need to inject blue medicine into the inflammations. The inflammation has subsided. Let's treat the rest too.
There are probably more inflammations around.
I'm shifting my view. Prepare the magnification tool. Tumor presence confirmed. Treating it and inflammations. Inflammations are all over the field of operation.
You've got to inject it directly into the inflammation. That's the first one. Keep going.
That's number 2. Looks like there's another one now. The inflammations are all treated. Let's find the tumors now. Third tumor's been extracted. Beginning treatment of the remaining wounds.
The small intestine has been treated. We're doing well.
Don't relax yet. We still need to treat the lungs.
I know. You're pretty blunt, aren't you?
Get ready to shift the focus of the operation. I've found small tumors in the lungs. Prepare the laser.
There's tumors here too, right? Find them with the ultrasound.
I found a tumor. Scalpel.
It's not a tumor. Is this mucus?
Let's continue. Using the drain line.
You'll have to do more of those. Use the ultrasound.
This must be the cause of that mucus. Beginning at what? Tumor markers are increasing. What must be making mucus? Exoma extraction complete. That should stop the mucus. Tumor markers aren't decreasing. Must be the mucus.
What is this? Some kind of bruise?
Bruise.
Hey, what's wrong? Are you alright?
I'm alright.
Help?
It's moving around in the rocks. We can't let it get away. One exoma extraction. It's not over yet. There should be more. start treating the mucus and remaining wounds.
Whew. We can finally relax a little. All right, let's close this patient up and finish this off. Hey, how did you know how to treat those things?
I don't know.
Where would you see something that weird before?
Let's finish the operation. Get the antibiotic gel ready. All treatment has been complete. Ending operation.
Well, you know, you're a big help. Let me at least thank you. That was quite a show. Looks like we can trust you.
I'm just doing what I was brought here to do.
Sheesh, aren't you fun to be around? Take a compliment.
Yo, how'd it go?
All the tumors have been extracted. It's a unique condition, so keep her fully monitored.
You're just leaving now? That's pretty irresponsible.
I'm a prisoner. I can't do anything else from here.
Well, not exactly. You're responsible for that patient until she leaves.
I heard that you'll be in custody here for a while. Let me tell you that I'm firmly against this decision.
The new room's over there. It's barred, but it's no icebox. We'll be counting on you to help us save lives here, kid.
Satisfied?
Are you kidding? I need to see how he does before I decide. Besides, his entourage is a pain in the ass, too.
What do you mean by that?
Don't treat me like an idiot, G-Man. I see a lot of new faces around here. Curious faces.
Dr. Will.
Whoa. Try not to get involved in other people's jobs. Let's just agree not to interfere with each other. Got it?
Thanks for your cooperation.
What are you doing? You're late.
Oh, hey, Chief. Oh, sorry I'm late.
You're all out of breath, too. Odd. Where were you?
Out in the courtyard?
The courtyard, huh? Oh, what's your take on this, kid?
It's a lie. The courtyard is less than 90 seconds away. Even if he'd run from there, he wouldn't be breathing this hard.
I saw that too. Where were you really, Dr. Freebird?
Well...
Enough. I know you're all friends, but playtime's over. Let's begin the conference. About 10 minutes ago, a Ferris wheel collapsed in Oakdale. We're receiving 4 patients, one of whom is severely injured. The patient's name is Charlie Malone, a 39-year-old male. He has a steel beam in his abdomen and needs surgery stat.
So we have his ID. Has his family been notified?
That still needs to be done. Gabe, I'll leave that to you. Now, about the surgery itself.
Chief, if I may.
Huh? What is it, Tomoe?
Why not ask him to perform the procedure?
Me?
I've seen the video of his operation. He's better than us. Severe organ damage is anticipated and will need his skill.
I did see him in action. I agree. He's amazing.
Well then, it's decided. We'll count on you, kiddo.
What the? Hey, be careful!
Is this the urgent
Where
patient?
should we take him? Has anesthesia been
Is
ordered? everyone ready? Nurses, prep for surgery.
Please move. Make way.
Blood pressure 60/34. GCS is 33. Blood type O+.
Secure a blood transfusion line and get him to room A.
Let's move. You! Get out of the way!
Please, listen carefully. This will require several steps. I will monitor the transfusion, so watch the patient's vitals. Doctor, is something bothering you?
I'm not worried. It's just...
Vitals flat. Doctor!
Damn it! Hang in there!
Readying the lactated ringer solution.
No time. Contact surgery. We're bringing him in as is.
Just...
How we handle this crisis will affect the hospital's name. Is it all right to trust this to an outsider like me?
You've let your short time here mislead you in understanding us. You aren't regarded as an outsider here anymore, Doctor. You've already saved 2 lives since you arrived here. All of us believe in our hearts that you'll save this man.
Believe.
Cardiac arrest, 1 minute. Hemorrhaging won't stop.
God damn it! We're not gonna let him die on us.
Let's go. Patient seems to have arrived.
The extraction of the foreign object is a delicate procedure. I, Tomoe Tachibana, will be supporting you in this task.
Let's get to it.
We'll save this patient, no matter what. Very well. Let's do our best and begin the operation.
Patient's in critical condition. Let's be careful.
Doctor, the patient's undergoing cardiac arrest.
Charge the AED. Beginning resuscitation.
Activate the defibrillator when the gauge is green.
Back, come on!
We have a pulse. Thank goodness.
All right. Resuming treatment of foreign objects.
It's possible that material like wires penetrated the organ. Use the ultrasound to see what condition the organ is in.
All right. Beginning I-beam extraction. All right. I'll use the forceps while we can see it.
Please place the object in the tray.
The wire has been extracted. Moving on to other areas.
The blood is in the way. Please drain it quickly.
Blood pool is going to form once we make an incision.
formed at the incision area.
Pull it with the forceps before the blood pools.
Seems so deep. We can't remove it all at once.
We'll have to open the wound and pull it out bit by bit. Ventricular fibrillation. Don't touch him.
Cardiac arrest. Charging the
Charge the AED. One more time. Come on. Back. Come on. We have a pulse. Watch the vitals for any variation.
Pull on the object to the forceps. Watch the vitals.
I'm continuing with the treatment.
The patient's getting worse. Doctor, wait. Just a little more. Hang in there, doctor. We have a visual. There's hemorrhaging inside. The object has been extracted.
The object has been completely removed. You'll be okay for now.
Yes. Now we have to treat the wound from the extraction.
I want to do something about the blood. I'll suture it after closing the wound. Ready the ultrasound. All right, now the suturing. Prepare the sutures. Suturing completed. Let's use membranes as reinforcement. I see hemorrhaging in the operating.
Please place the other membranes in the same way. You're so precise. Your operating skills are truly remarkable. Only one area remains. Still, you must be careful.
The membrane came off because of a blood pool. Let's drain it. The wound is cooked and the membranes have been affixed. You'll be all right. Making an incision. Scalpel. Blood removal confirmed. Now, the wound has been sutured. Moving on to other areas. This wound is large enough to need the forceps. No time. All right. Ready to suture the wound.
Large laceration treatment complete. Please continue.
Just need to pull this. The glass shot has been extracted.
Glass shot removed. Please continue with the treatment.
The EKG has calmed down. Return to the treatment. Let's close this wound before another blood pool forms.
Please suture the wound before it opens. The wire is dead within the wound. Be careful removing it. Vitals have stabilized. All treatment complete.
All right, let's begin suturing the operation field. Let's close this patient up. Prepare the sutures.
Please place the bandage and we can end the operation.
Operation complete. Let this disease pass from this world.
Well done. You did it, Doctor.
Vitals are stable. Should be all right now.
Well done, Doctor. This is your victory. Well done indeed.
Operation complete. Thank you for your assistance in the procedure.
He's really something. He's like a machine. Seriously, that kind of skill is just incredible. Right? Oh, is that your daughter? She's a cutie.
That's right.
It's good she didn't take after her dad. How old is she?
She would be 14 now, if she were still alive.
When did she pass away?
She was killed in a bioterrorism attack 8 years ago.
8 years? Don't tell me. Oh, sorry.
It's in the past now.
That incident at Cumberland College.
My wife taught there. She passed away with my girl.
Hey, did they ever find who was responsible?
Yeah. I caught him. Personally. Don't you recognize him? He's standing right there.
Are you joking? He did that?
A side effect of the gas. It erased his memory. But he was found guilty in a court of law for it.
That bastard!
Hey, Maria!
Well done, Doctor.
That was as smooth as last time. It's like nothing can stop you.
Emma, stop swooning over the new doc.
Hey! You convict bastard!
Hey!
Is it you?
Dr. Torres!
Did you do it? What the...
What are you talking about?
Are you responsible for Cumberland College? Tell me!
I've already been put on trial for what happened there.
Damn it!
What are you doing?
So what then? Have you been lying to us all this time?
Please, calm down, Dr. Torres.
Damn it, we swore an oath to do no harm!
Dr. Torres, calm down. Maria, stop it!
You can't remember, huh? Screw you! Start remembering! Remember what you did, damn you!
I'd like to return to my room. Could you escort me there?
It's a request for surgery. Is he still not,
It's a waste of time even speaking to him.
Why are you turning your back on everything? Look, if you just say you aren't the culprit, we'd all...
When I came to... all I saw was a mountain of corpses. They were gone. Hollow eyes. Blood everywhere. I may have been the one that killed them.
Are you fine with that? What, you know for sure it was you? You're just running away! You can't hide from the truth!
I've had enough. Please. Leave me alone.
Ugh! You fool!
I brought your meal. Please, eat at least some of it.
It was all just a dream.
A dream?
I'm a prisoner. I'm different from everyone else. That's all there is to it.
So, Doctor, what do you think of him?
What do you mean? Kid's one heck of a surgeon.
I've been watching him a long time. I can't believe that he's the one who did it.
That's an odd thing to say. You're the one who caught him.
All we do is catch criminals. We don't decide their fate.
Ah, it's very noble of you. So, what do you want from me?
I think you'd agree. You and I have a lot in common. Look, we transferred him here hoping his memory'd return. I'd really like your help in our investigation.
Screw that. And you and I are nothing alike. I'm not an idiot who'd force a doctor without passion to operate.
Treatment room 2! Hey, Darnell, where's Dr. Torres?
She went to get Dr. Cunningham. Go ahead and get ready for surgery.
I'll have everything ready in 5 minutes. I'll tell the nurses to prep for the operation.
Did you come to laugh at me?
I didn't hear any jokes. Sorry. Not my sense of humor.
It's all right. I heard your wife and daughter were...
Don't get me wrong. I'm only here because it's my job.
What?
The past is gone. But life continues. My wife fought to the end to save all her students. Just as the doctors here are fighting even now. But you... what are you doing? You're cleared for surgery. You ever dream about saving lives? Now's the time to start.
Dream about saving lives?
Cry if you want to. It's all part of growing up.
Careful with the anesthesia. It's a hardy procedure.
Yes, sir.
Respiratory's ready. Get the curettes. Doctor.
You?
Please let me do this operation. Please. Let me save this life.
The room is yours, Doctor. Now hurry up and get ready for surgery. We're dealing with Wormer syndrome here. Got it? First, the pituitary glands, then abdomen and pancreas.
Understood. Please begin the anesthesia.
Made the incision into the sella turcica and duramator. I'm handing the reins of this operation to you.
Yeah, leave it to me. First we need to treat the blood flow. Let's use the drain. Tumor location confirmed. Beginning extract.
Considering what we're dealing with, use extra caution.
That won't be a problem. Cytoplasm removed. Beginning excision with the scalpel. Tumor has been excised. Now extracting it.
All right. We're making good time. Keep it up. Blood pools in the way. Use the drain. Patient's hemorrhaging a lot. Our supplies good. Tumor markers are decreasing. Good.
Moving on to the abdomen.
Yeah, I'll close up here. Leave it to me.
What are these bruises?
Oh, just blood spots. They'll go away after this.
Understood. Beginning pancreas operation. There's a high amount of hemorrhaging and inflammations as well.
Is the bleeding from the GI perforation? We should treat it first.
The tissue near the tank. We'll need to excise the area around the hole to treat it.
Another blood pool is formed.
All right, let's close the wound.
It'll open up again, so suture it shut right away.
All right, perforation has been sutured.
So put them in place to reinforce them. It takes too long.
The sutured area is fine. Moving to the next affected area.
Treat inflammations with medicine from the dark blue vial.
The inflammations have subsided. Continuing treatment.
Small tumors, huh? I'll get the laser and gel ready to use.
Moving operation field. There should be other areas.
Use the magnification tool then. Look for hidden tumors.
Beginning extraction. Tumor excised. Moving it to the...
Don't forget to treat those small...
Excision complete. Moving on to the next treatment.
Stabilizer. Must be something. That's all. Take care of any remaining wounds.
Pancreatic treatment complete. Let's go to the next area.
Yeah, this next part's the last one. I'm counting on you. All this blood. Where's this hemorrhaging from?
We need to treat all of them. Keep an eye on the vitals. Tumor confirmed. Beginning extraction.
Looks like there are more. Find it nicely done. Use antibiotic gel to affix them. Debride the tissue by the perforation with the scalpel.
A blood pool is formed. Leave it. Now, suturing the wound before it opens. Perforation's been sutured. Get the membranes. Now to affix the membrane.
The membranes have been affixed. Move to the other areas. Nicely done. Use antibiotic gel to affix them.
tissue near the perforation. Scalpel. Draining blood pool. Ready to drain.
Close the wound now.
Suturing the wound before...
What? The needle fell in? Damn it. Why at a time like this? We don't have much time. The patient won't last long.
Set the ultrasound wavelength.
The ultrasound?
The needle's metal.
All right. The ultrasound's ready. Let's hurry.
Retrieving it now. I retrieve the needle. I'll need to drain the blood.
Suture it immediately before the wound opens.
Suturing complete. Now to apply the membrane.
Nicely done.
Treatment of all effect.
Whew. I was pretty worried for a moment there. Close up the operation field. We'll be done.
See the blood spots are gone.
Yeah, it's all thanks to one skilled surgeon.
Closing the operation field. Prepare the sutures.
Man, you shouldn't take a compliment.
Taping the sutured incision, and the operation started. Operation complete. This disease passed from this one.
Well, to be serious for once. Thanks for saving this patient. Really something. Oh, this isn't time to be depressed, kid. Be proud of yourself. Here. Oh, you're such a sucker, kid. No, but I mean it. Really something.
That was an amazing operation. Thank you.
It's all right.
Come, I'll escort you back to your room. Is something wrong?
No. Let's get going.
Hey, would you mind coming somewhere with me first? I gotta run some papers down to emergency. You can lock a man up, but you have to respect his wants. Especially if it's something honorable. Hey, here we are. What do you think of the building? Seen better days, huh?
I'd assume so.
Now, this is the old ward. The rest of us moved into the new one. But emergency's still here. Do you know why? The people here wrestle with life and death every day. They're under more intense pressure than most can imagine. It can make them sensitive to serious issues about life.
Yeah.
Well, somehow I doubt they'll move to the new ward. Now go on.
Be right back. Gotta take this report to the medical office.
Stop by the service department, too. They paged us earlier.
Okay, I'll stop on my way back. Oh, excuse me.
If you have Hank's papers, you can drop them there.
All right.
Okay. Fixed. Ugh, you piece of crap. What's the use? This ward's such a pain. Is it too much to ask to have working lights?
I see. Yeah, that's, unfortunate.
Huh? You still need something?
No, it's nothing. Sorry.
It wasn't you, right? You're not the one behind the terrorist attack, are you? You have no memory, but you just want to scream it out. Am I wrong? That's how I was when I was a kid. I think I lost my temper the other day. I'm sorry.
No,
Anyway, I know you aren't a murderer. At least, I don't think you are. So, let's drop it.
Why are you being so...
Hey, I got a lot to do here. You mind?
Huh? Wait, I'd still like to...
Bastard! What the hell did you break?
I didn't mean to. I was just...
If you just quit moping, it wouldn't have happened.
No, my personality has nothing to do...
Damn it, just shut up a little.
Everything has been documented in the files before you. Please increase the bromocriptine dose to 6 milligrams. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Doctor.
Don't cry, Emma. It's disrespectful to the doctor.
It was a pleasure working with you. Don't forget us.
Yeah.
Going back to your fridge, huh?
That's right.
Huh. 14 operations. That's 26 years off your sentence.
That doesn't interest me.
Hey, throw me a bone or something. Cheer up, will ya?
My sentence is 250 years. I have 217 left. Maybe if I were a monad, I'd live out my entire sentence.
Is that a joke? I don't know if I should laugh. Come on, don't worry. I won't pull it back or anything. Take care of yourself.
Yeah. Thank you for everything.
Huh? Huh? Maria!
said anything about a transport. What happened?
Her condition is critical. She was hurt in a bombing.
A bomb? You idiot, we can't treat her here.
Why? She needs to be admitted for emergency surgery.
3rd-degree burns mean a debridement and a skin graft. We have no tissue to transplant. How can we operate?
Maria, lower the patient.
You idiot! What are you saying?
We can do it without skin graft. I can save her.
But your stay here is over. Look. They're panicked. They think you're making an escape.
No, I'm not turning my back on saving lives anymore.
Damn it. All right, but whatever happens, don't blame me. Maria, you heard the man. Lower the stretcher. Hurry. FBI, get out of the way.
Excuse me, please move.
Don't move. This is the FBI.
Get your hands up. Huh?
You mind? This is a hospital, fellas. Keep it down.
Doctor, where is he?
I'm not armed. Go point that thing at someone else.
His approved time at the hospital is up. Understand? Don't do anything to make his situation worse.
Holden, you and I are alike after all. We both do whatever it takes to get the job done.
What the?
Damn it! Pursue them! Request backup and stop that chopper!
Don't worry. I promise that I'll save her.
We need as many men as local police is able to spare.
It's the chopper! We intercepted their in-flight radio!
Connect me to it. Right now.
Must use extreme caution. Ready for briefing, Doctor?
Yes, please begin.
They're operating in the chopper? They'll kill the patient!
Be aware, too, that we don't have stable voltage levels. This is not going to be easy, Doctor.
Understood. After debriding the burns, I'll need the synthetic membranes. Keep the antibiotic gel ready, too. Let's begin. It seems there are both 2nd and 3rd degree burns.
This will be a race against time. Let's begin quickly. Inject the light blue coolant. Inject coolant from the light blue vial into the bladder.
Coolant's taking effect. Forming debridement.
You can place the membrane.
Let's hurry up with these. We don't have time to wait.
Please use the antibiotic gel that fits the membrane.
That's one flash. Spent. Debridement complete.
Please continue treatment.
First wire has been extracted. Let's treat that blood flow. Prepare the drain. Let's hurry up with these. We don't have time to wait.
The second membrane is placed. One more. Hang in there, Doctor.
That should do it. Moving on to the next treatment.
Use the magnification tool to move the view of the operation.
Coolant's taking effect. Performing debridement.
Another blood pressure.
Debridement complete. Removing necrotic
tissue now.
Using the ultrasound will help you determine the wire's shape.
All wires have been extracted. Beginning the next treatment.
There's a lot of hemorrhaging. Be aware of the vitals.
Let's treat that blood pool. Prepare the drain. Let's hurry up with these. We don't have to...
The second membrane is placed. All glass shards removed. Let's move to the next step.
Fluid's taking over. Forming debridement. Debridement complete. Removing necrotic tissue now. Let's treat that blood pool. Prepare the drain. Let's hurry up with these. We don't have time to waste. We need to work faster and with precision. Let's hurry up with these. We don't have time to waste. Let's hurry up with these. We don't have time to waste.
There isn't much left, but don't let your guard down.
Hemorrhaging under the skin. I need the scalpel. Suturing complete. Looks like there's more though. Don't look away from mine. Something had... Cardiac arrest. Charge the AED.
Yes.
There's no time for questions. Using the defibrillator. What's going on?
The electricity's going out. Please halt the procedure.
All the time. Why now? I can't see where I'm working. Is the power back on yet?
But
damn it! Come on, make it in time.
What's with the tunnel? You mind flying a bit higher?
Stop complaining, damn it! Any higher and they'll find us!
Can you hear me? We got some distance from Resurgam.
Is the voltage check ready yet?
vitals are dropping. She's in critical condition.
Looks like they're having a rough time.
Whoa! Damn it! Now what?
Doctor, I assume you can hear me. Drop altitude and land your helicopter at once.
Huh. Well, this isn't good. Looks like this is it.
Doctor, the game's over. Give him to me.
The game's over? Give you... who? Maria, you got any idea what he's talking about?
Yo, old man, this chopper's for material transport. I don't think what you're looking for is on board.
Since cardiac arrest.
It's not over yet. I'll massage the heart. Hurry up.
Get back in the helicopter! He's still at Resurgam!
Damn it! This is the old ward, but I didn't expect this. Cardiac arrest, 4 minutes. Still no power? Not yet!
Dr. Freebird should be at the power room by now.
Dr. Freebird.
resuscitate her. We've got to close her up.
AED's charged. Doctor, please begin resuscitation.
All right. It's not too late. She can still be saved.
The AED's charged. You can use the...
All right, here goes. Come on.
We have a pulse. She's all right.
Her organs must have been damaged as well to cause that.
Don't tell me. Did the bomb?
Let's open her up and confirm it. Prepare for surgery.
Resurgam, can you hear me? It's me, Gabriel.
It's a radio transmission from the helicopter.
Sorry, but we ran into some trouble. They're heading back. Once they surround that place, you'll never get to finish. You've got about 10 minutes. Get it done in that time, okay?
Doctor.
Focus on the operation. Let's keep treating her.
The broken ribs are piercing the organ.
Let's hurry up and extract those bone fragments.
Another blood pool may form.
These wounds are too big.
Yes. If it reopens, let's suture each one.
All right. Prepare the...
The first one is...
We'll have to treat one wound at a time. Let's suture this before it opens.
One more. Another blood pool may form, so please close the wound. This is the last wound to suture. Stay sharp. Use the synthetic membrane to seal the wounds shut. The membrane has been placed. Please continue.
All right.
The organ damage has been treated. Please remove...
One bone fragment retrieved. She's hemorrhaging badly. Proceeding to the next...
Please suture the closed wound before doing another one more.
I need to suture it before it opens up again. Sutures!
Use the synthetic membrane to seal the wounds shut.
Continuing with the treatment. Bring the next membrane.
Membrane...
There are more bone fragments left. I need to remove them. Been treated. Let's begin restoring the ribs.
The fragments will be on the tray. Place them carefully. There are several areas, so move the view accordingly.
I can't reconstruct a rib if I'm not in the right area. All right, bring out the next bone fragment. We're not done placing them yet. Continuing treatment. Is it her liver? We don't have a choice. We have to look and confirm it. The liver's been damaged so much.
We can expect changes in the patient due to hemorrhagic shock. Please be aware of the vitals while performing treatment.
Yes, we'll save her, no matter what.
Listen. There's no time. This is our last message. Listen carefully. Kid, let Tomoe take over the operation and get out of there.
What?
Oh, and, you did great, you know. Really an awesome surgeon.
I'll take over the procedure. Please, you need to go.
Hand me the size of the here.
Doctor, there's no time. You need to...
I'm not running away. Always running. From whatever sins I may have committed. I won't run anymore. From the lives I've hurt, or from the ones I can save.
Doctor, let's continue with treatment. There are signs of ventricular fibrillation.
She's going into cardiac arrest. Keep the defibrillator.
We've got a pulse. Let's hurry before it happens again. Before you treat the other wound, another blood pool may form, so please...
Let's suture this before it opens.
One more. This is the last wound to suture. Use the synthetic membrane to seal the wounds shut.
Alright, now organ damage has been treated. Now to treat these wounds.
Another blood pool may form, so please close the wound. Another blood pool may... Before you treat the other wound,
Alright, proceed.
please suture the closed wound before doing anything else.
I need to suture it before it opens.
Use the synthetic membrane to seal the wounds shut. Membranes have been fixed.
All treatments are complete. That should do it.
There are abnormalities in the EKG. Incoming cardiac arrest. It's a big one. No, please resuscitate her. Her pulse isn't coming back.
It's not over. She can still be saved. Increase the voltage. Charge it again.
AED is set. Please watch the speed. It's so good. Her pulse still isn't returning.
One more time. Don't give up.
She's flatlining.
Alyssa, you've got the whole world ahead of you. Teach me what it means to live. Right. Operation complete. Let's close her up. Closing the operational area. Sutures, please.
Right away.
Alyssa, do well by hanging in there. Bandage. Ending the procedure. Let this disease pass from this world.
Amazing. You really saved her. Vitals have stabilized. Looks like she'll be okay.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Tachibana.
No. I'm proud that I could fight alongside you.
Get out of the way!
There's a procedure going on. No one's allowed to enter.
I have a job to do. Get out of the way or I'll use force.
That'll be enough. Please move aside, Dr. Freebird.
Dr. Tachibana.
The operation was successful.
I won't run or hide from you.
How ironic. You throw everything away all to save a patient. Take him away.
You all done?
I'll leave his things behind. My men can handle the rest.
I heard we won't be held accountable. How generous of you.
There's no proof you deliberately helped him evade capture. It's a waste of time charging you with something like that.
Huh. I didn't know you guys ever went just by the book.
There's a time and place for everything, Doc.
So what's gonna happen to him?
He'll return to his cell with no further outside contact.
Thought so.
Believe in him.
Hmm?
Coming here's changed him. That's what I believe, at least.
You think so? I think you're right.